There we go. I guess. Hey, you, what's up, Lux? Hello, Metagross Mace. Thank you for the good Lux. Okay, I think we're good. I was warming up some wind bombs a little bit, so we'll probably be fine. Yo, what's up, Noel? Thank you for giving me an excuse to procrastinate. No problem. Hey, what's up, LM Jax? A burnt toast. Meme Monkey, welcome in. Yo, what's up, Mako? This isn't all trees, it is not. Not quite. It's probably one tree, right? Wait, 2 trees. And potentially more, actually, in the Dark Beast fight. You never know. Because you have Tree Wind Bomb, the tree for the step up to Cryo, and then Dark Beast will knock down some number of trees. Doesn't cut the tree? Oh, it does. You blow up the tree. So if you wanted to like redo Tree Wind Bomb, you have to like Wind Bomb far enough away that it respawns. Or reload.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
It'd be more convenient if it didn't. Yeah, there's the second tree, but I generally prefer like not switching things up. Like it's realistically basically the same thing, but it's not like getting a launch from the other tree. Like it is technically a slightly different angle that you want to go for because you're starting from a different spot. Yo, what's up, Chapel? Hey, Cornflake, thank you for the 39-month resub. The sub is almost out of midlife crisis. Oh no.
al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
I'm sure the 40s aren't that bad. Oh no. Oh, thank you, Dirtblock Man. What up, Kristen? Yo, what's up, April? How have you been? Thank you for the good luck. Does that mean the sub will die at 80? I guess we'll just have to find out. Hey, what's up, Pika? Thank you for the good luck. I was like, surprised Pika, and then hello, Pookie. Those are like similar in a way. Surprised Pookie. Yo, what's up, King Kaijo? Sheikah Blue or Zonai Green? I think I generally like blue better.
Svegliati.
But I feel like the Zonai designs are cooler.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Hey, what's up, Maven? Hello, Michael. I did not hop on. Might be. When you say you're switching mod packs, what mod pack are you switching to? Hey, what's up, Joey? A May sleeve with a 32-month resub. I need to figure out. I gotta like reinstall Minecraft.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo
Yes, half
segnato
the
sulla mappa
Minecraft
della
number.
tua tavoletta sceicca.
One that's more Cobblemon focused instead of being a mod pack that happens to also have it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I mean, what? Do you think we're here for the Minecraft? Absolutely not. Yo, it's a petite Olo Xerox. Let's see, how hard is it to get into running this game, in my opinion? Are the tricks hard for the average player? I would say... okay. First off, it depends on what version of the game you're playing. So, if you've updated to the latest version, essentially since the Switch 2 came out, they updated the game and patched one glitch, and that one glitch changes the entire any percent route. So I would say that hold on one second. That didn't even work? I'm washed. Yeah, basically, if you've updated to the latest version of the game, then it's a little bit harder to get into. Just that the tricks are, like, more difficult to do consistently. And there's, like, more things going on. Because that one glitch, BLSS, is... actually pretty easy to do. So once you learn how to do it, a lot of the sections become the same. And the movement between the shrines is, like, pretty easy. But I would say, while it's, like, probably harder than getting into, like, a Mario game, like, learning SM64, I think, is probably more... or it's probably easier than, like, Breath of the Wild. I don't think it's too bad. Like, there's good tutorials out there. I would say if you think it looks interesting, if you're curious about trying it, then go for it and see how you like it. Because you can always decide that, you know, it's not for you. But yeah, there's a bunch of resources and a bunch of community members who are very helpful. All right, see ya, Pika. Hello, Oliver. What's up, Miguel? How's it going, Caleb? Lorenzo? Oh, you're too bad to attempt the tricks? Well, you just gotta attempt it and see. But yeah, there's good tutorials out there, depending on what version. One of the first things I recommend is to
Svegliati.
join the Breathwald speedrunning Discord. Okay, Nightbot, POTW. There we are. Thank you, Nightbot. a little bit slow on that response there.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Because yeah, the Breathwald speedrunning Discord has, you know, links to a bunch of resources and channels where you can ask questions. So overall, it's a really good place to go if you want to get started with the run. Do everything except clipping into the shrines. Yeah, clipping is one of the things that gets people. But yeah, generally, if you are struggling with like the shield clips, there's probably something pretty easy that you can like switch or like change, and then the clips themselves are not actually that difficult. In terms of like inputs, it's just you're probably doing something slightly wrong that
Link.
a more experienced runner
Dirigiti
could
al luogo
tell you
assegnato
what
sulla
to
mappa
fix.
della tua tavoletta sceicca.
The kind of thing where like, oh, just aim a little bit further left, or make sure you're doing an instant shield jump here instead of a delayed shield jump, stuff like that, where it's like it's a small thing, but almost everyone ends up making the same couple of mistakes. Theo, what's up, Taj? Hello, Malfunctional. How's it going, Trust? Good evening, Blinky. Clipping into the Master Koga hideout. That one is the easiest clip in the game, I think. That one is like, people call it grandma clip. Because you could probably teach your grandma how to do it. But yeah, that one's a cool one. Because like the reason it's so easy is because... No way. I'm like actually washed. Grandma 5 any % run? Well, I would not be able to teach my grandma. That opportunity has passed. But if she was alive, then it might still be tough. I don't know. She did not seem like much of a gamer. Terrain geometry. Yeah, basically you're sandwiching Link in between two like pillars, or the wall on one side and then a pillar on the other. And so when Link does the flick backwards, he kind of gets pushed by the wall, right? He flicks into the pillar, but then he's like kind of sandwiched between the two. And so it just shoves him in the out of bounds section. If your grandma was still alive, she'd be 97. You just gotta get her to do it once, right? Okay. Basically, you gotta be able to do a shield jump. And then a second shield jump where you unequip your shield.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
And that's basically it. I think the hardest part would probably be the shield unequip. Yeah, Zibivet. How was my day? My day is going pretty okay. Ow. Okay, I need to not mess up gamer win bomb. It's like a gamer. I basically never practice it as part of my warm up because a lot of the time it will just work. But then some days it doesn't. So now we're gonna have to make sure and change that. You still do playthroughs of Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Not really. I think the last casual playthrough I did this game was right before Tears of the Kingdom came out? Or like maybe a month before Tears came out. I did a playthrough of the game where I also played through the DLC for the first time. Because essentially, I did my first playthrough. Nearly 100% of the game, but I never did the DLC. Honestly, I don't really know why. I think I had watched my brother play through a lot of the DLC content, so it was like, yeah, I've already seen it. And so yeah, with Tears of the Kingdom coming out, I was like, okay, well, sure, I'll do my second casual playthrough. When is the next Tears of the Kingdom speedrun? I don't know. It won't be for a long while. Yo, Frorio, thank you for the 19-month resub. Almost enough points for VIP, then I can start talking in chat. Imagine. Yeah, this is VIP's only chat. That's some commitment, though, to the lurk. Yo, it's that Nightmare. If you get gamer in practice, you'll be less likely to get in runs. So just don't practice it. Yes. Because you're using up your, like, gamer win bomb attempts. Exactly. That is how that works. It's kind of difficult to play normally after you speedrun for so long. I mean, I guess. It's like... Yeah, I guess a lot of the enjoyment I get nowadays is working towards, you know, improving some goal. Yeah, it's at 880,000. I wonder who's going to be the first person to spend 1 million points on VIP. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab this. And then we'll go. Still love the ancient tech aesthetic. Yeah, it's pretty good. I feel like I prefer the Zonai a little bit. I think there are just some parts, like this screen, for instance, like looking at the corners. Some of the patterns just don't look quite good enough. Yo, what's up, YTSMO? Oh my goodness. Sorry to hear that, Hydro. Hope you recover quickly. Yo, what's up, the Great Oz? Hello, Weston. How's it going, MJ? Nice, 57. Dang, that's unfortunate. That was gonna be a really good entry time. Oopsie. The Sheikah things are OP, that's true. Although, to be fair, the ability to use recall like as often as you want, essentially. That like you can just stop time and then be like, okay, well, cancel out. Oh no, we want to stop time again immediately after. There's like no cooldown until you've actually used it. That's gonna work, but like probably shouldn't have. When windbombing in the shrines, it's best to aim to fly directly onto the stairs of the monk. I mean, if you can land on the stairs of the monk, then yeah, that's faster. But it's difficult to do, like, consistently. Oh, dude, I was thinking this last time. But I'm pretty sure last stream, I didn't miss Cliff Windbomb a single time. I think. I'd have to go back and look, but from what I remember of that stream, I don't think I missed. Which I thought was pretty cool. That is some consistency. It's my favorite Zelda other than the Wild games. It's Wind Waker. It's still bleeding? Oh my goodness. Yeah, take care of yourself. Yeah, I'll take that. Sure. Yeah, Wind Waker is just really good. I would say the thing that really sets it apart for me is the like style, you know? Toon Link is great. He's super expressive. It's a very charming game. You're disappointed when some people say people only like Breath of the Wild because of the glitches. I mean, some people do only like Breath of the Wild because of the glitches. But I don't know that I've met somebody who thinks that most people only like it because of the glitches. Like, there are certainly people who don't like the gameplay loop of Breath of the Wild that much, but you can't really deny that it has pretty mass appeal. Yeah, 1255, not bad. Many Zelda titles don't have the word "of" in it. Legend of Zelda, and we're not counting the Legend of Zelda, right? Minish Cap. Yeah, Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, the Four Swords Adventure, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks. It's kind of like basically all of them. Yeah, Link's Awakening. Unless we're counting The Legend of Zelda. Hey, what's up, Rakio? Yeah, how many of them do you have of, right? Because it feels like from... like most of the games I've been thinking of, and not having it. But there's like Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Wait, Twilight Princess doesn't have it, Skyward Sword doesn't have it. P5 streaming Oracle games confirmed. Yeah, that's certainly what that means. Oh, Ocarina of Time, right. Yeah. How does that compare? That's like pretty much PB. Okay. Not bad. Oh yeah, Adventure of Link. Oh, Echoes of Wisdom, right. Okay, that that shouldn't have worked, but it ended up working better than normal. Cause I got the better double hits out of a situation where it probably shouldn't have gotten double hits. Hmm. What's Apprentice? Could have gotten away with one swing and a slam. Alright, that was a pretty good run. I mean, most of the time loss is like early.
Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link. Ora sto trattenendo il suo rancore maligno. Ganon si sta indebolendo.
there we go. 23. Cinema. That is not too bad. Definitely a solid run. Yeah, basically by glider, I was what? 22.7 behind, and then by the end I was only 25.7. So that end game was pretty much equivalent to the end game I got in my PB. Pretty much. That being said, like, we ideally save time on the end game. I'm surprised Blights was a full second slower. No, I guess I'm not. I feel like Water Blight was pretty bad. They got thrown side and not the fastest phase 1. So yeah, I guess 1 second, sure. And then Calamity, I'm surprised by how slow phase 1 was. Yeah, the boat loaded instantly, but the Moblin didn't. It's hard for me to tell. Because, like, I ran to the doorway. I did have to shuffle around for a couple seconds. But yeah, thanks for the GGs. We go again, I suppose. Yeah, it was mostly like what? I think I lost 14 seconds in the first 2 splits. But yeah, the ideal situation in Castle is that not only does the bow load in, but the Moblin also load. Like, the reason the bow was loaded instantly is partially because I had to wait for the Moblin a little bit. But you can get it where you don't have to wait for the Moblin and you don't have to wait for the bow. And I still don't have the OLED because I was lazy. I don't know. There's something I like had both load in instantly when I was standing farther right on the hallway when I did the wind bomb. I was like, maybe there is a key to it. Like, I'm just doing the wind bomb from the wrong spot. But I don't know if that's even the case. I don't know, man. It's like an hour away, so that's like 2 hours of commute just to pick up this this Switch. That's 2 hours if I'm driving, but I haven't hooked up to a monitor yet. It's true. I should just get it, but man. What's up, Moldy? The thing is, I don't even know that that's gonna be the case, right? It's like, ugh. I have to do this, and then who knows? Maybe it doesn't even help. You never know.
Link,
I got
dirigiti al luogo segnato
a sub
sulla mappa
23.
della tua
Oh, yeah, I
tavoletta
got a sub
scelta.
23 9 months ago. But now I'm coming back to get a better one. How soon can you detonate after the bomb enters Fireblight's shield? So you want to blow up the bomb when it's behind Fireblight so that Fireblight gets knocked down and lands in the same spot. Essentially, you want Fireblight to land in front of you where its like body is facing away, right? So you're essentially standing in the spot where its shoulders are. Because then you can get the consistent like double hits on the spin. Yo, what's up, Snake Squad? Vivi, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? What up, everyone? I definitely didn't miss the message. No, you got it.
Svegliati.
I think. Pretty sure. Yo, what's up, Liz?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
And when you say the
Ti guiderà
cat,
dopo il
do you
risveglio
mean
dal tuo
Tamsin or Gemma? Speaking of, I posted a picture of Cleo today. We got the professional photographer over there taking some good pictures of the cat. Give it up for day 9. That's right. Alert. Alert. How's it going, T-Bag? You know, they always say day 9 is the day. Thinking about learning Breath of the Wild speedruns, what version of the game do you play on? So I play on 1.6.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, 1.6 is like the old version before Switch 2. And most people play on it because, you know, it's got the established route. The route is faster. Stuff like that. But yeah, if you can't get access to version 1.6, then 1.8.2 is also a pretty cool speedrun. How many days did the 22 grind take? I think it was like 40 something. It was something like 2 months of well, 2 months, but you know, I take 2 days off every week essentially, so we're already on. Oh my goodness. Yep, 9 factorial. That's what that means in the title. Wonder how many factorial jokes have been made, and how many of them have been made by you, Lee Sky.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Yo, it's Pabalji. Happy
Quella è una tavoletta
2026
shake.
or 2026 factorial.
Ti
That's a very
guiderà
large
dopo il
number.
risveglio dal tuo
This is why you gotta start doing the like space before the punctuation. Never even played this game, just enjoy watching the runs. I will say it is pretty good. But yeah, the runs are also pretty fire. I might be biased though.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
There we go. I wonder how many people did the whole you know, play Tears of the Kingdom before Breath of the Wild. Because you don't really need to play Breath of the Wild to play Tears. They're like set in the same Hyrule with the same characters, and yet they're so disconnected. It's a shame. Am I allowed to ask what a factorial is? What if I said no? Or it's a place they make tutorials. I gotta go visit. Sure. Will we see a PB tonight? Honestly, maybe. I feel like I'm happy with how that warm-up round went. It was like, what? A solid 23-23. So, that's a good start. Definitely better than I was expecting.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Ah.
Okay, not bad. Do you think you'll overtake Meatball at some point? Something about calling Moldy a meatball. Like that's the shortening. It's funny. Yeah, just one meatball. I never really ate spaghetti and meatballs, like, growing up. We're, like, totally dead. Yeah. It's fine. Does Korok Forest still... Oh, I mean, like, it depends on your specs of your machine. Right, like, you can have the entire game play super smoothly and, like, you know, 4K 60 if your machine's, like, beefy enough. Where Amiibos allowed because the community decided they are. It is a part of the game, right? The Amiibos are a function. That they developed for Breath of the Wild. And so the community was like, sure, people are allowed to use them. Okay, that's happened again. Oopsie. But yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if you're familiar with Wind Waker speedrunning, but, you know, the Tingle Tuner is allowed. It's not like you're modding the game for this, you know, extra functionality. I think it's, like, fair to not like the inclusion of Amiibo, but I think it's also, it's just a decision that had to be made, and they happened to decide that amiibos were fine. It was fair game. And yeah, in terms of like skill, the inclusion of amiibo, it's not gonna work. This is what I get for saying I don't think I missed a single cliff wind bomb yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but last stream. Okay. Wonder what the world record would be without amiibos. Just add like 30 or 40 seconds. So currently, the world record for running without amiibos is a 23:57 by me. However, that run is not super optimized, since most of the top runners will run with amiibo since it's the faster version. So yeah, ideally, the detour introduced by not having amiibos only adds like, I think it's somewhere around 30 to 40 seconds. Not sure the exact amount. But if you imagine that we have world record as a 22:51, then you could probably get like a 23:30 something. Because yeah, essentially the only difference between amiibo and no amiibo is that with amiibo you can scan in the fish. So you don't have to go out of your way to get attack up food. In no amiibo, you just BLSS from the Temple of Time after completing plateau to a couple of trees that have razor shrooms. Razor shrooms are guaranteed, and then you BLSS from there to the castle. So it's not like it really adds more skill or anything. It's just, and you would think, oh, it reduces the amount of like RNG, so it's better. But personally, I don't think that's even true. Given the fact that, when you do that slide to castle, you're way more likely to get some time loss in castle because of either loaded gate being more common or instant castle cutscene being more common. No, you can use any. Like, I use the all amiibo for emulating amiibos. Essentially, it gives you no advantage over, like, an official amiibo, so there's no reason to ban it. It's not like it scans faster. Yo, it's the Attic Ninja. Yeah, amiibo cards are fine. I mean, I'll be honest, nobody really cares about the no Amiibo world record. Because it's the slower one. Like, people will complain about what you're using Amiibos. That's cheating. Right? They like to comment that on an Amiibo world record. And then I like say, oh, there's no Amiibo, and they just don't really care. Right? I doubt any of the people who I link the no Amiibo world record actually watch it. And personally, I don't really like no Amiibo, because I feel like you get loaded gate more often when you BLSS from that spot. That didn't work. Huh. Oh, interesting. Yo, what the heap is poutine? But yeah, the fact that like loaded gate and instant castle cutscene happen more often makes it really annoying, because those are like further into the run. Skinning Amiibo. Okay, well, dropping the fish on the floor is not great, but it is what it is. That didn't work. Interesting. Okay, this should be fine though. That worked. Who's out here watching CNN reels? Look, we gotta get the news to the people somehow. You know, if everyone's watching short form content, they gotta put it out there. That is really funny. Yeah, it's a brazier. How often do I replace the sticks on my controllers? Actually, it's about once a year. But I did notice when I was practicing Canal, a couple of the times I got drift. Link started walking backwards. So it might be time to start breaking in a new controller. Any chance of a 23 3x? Yeah. There's a chance. We'll see. Yeah, what's up, Sharp Code?
una tavoletta shake.
I watched so many of these runs, I borderline feel like I could do it. I mean, it'd be interesting to try it, right? I remember when I started, I was like, well, I've watched a few runs. What if I tried it without looking up the tutorial? Or rather, I had the tutorial open, but I was like, well, okay, before I listen and see... Oh, oops. Like... Nope. Not this one. Yeah, learning them through osmosis. Like, it's fun to try it. Because once you watch the tutorial and learn how, like, learn all the keys and whatnot, you don't get to try that anymore. You have the knowledge. But yeah, I think I made it out of SOR. And then that was about as far as I went. I actually don't even remember if I made it, like, back in bounds. I think I did SOR clip, and then I was trying to, like, uncrouch back in bounds, and then it was like, I just didn't know what spot to uncrouch from. But yeah, I don't think I watched that many speedruns before I started learning. Because it was like, you know, I had watched a couple, and then one day I got, like, recommended a limbs tutorial on YouTube, I think. I was like, okay, maybe it's time to try.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Muscular memory. But yeah, muscle memory is insane. Do you have the 100% speedrun memorized? If I tried to do a speedrun of it right now, I would probably know, like, 95% of it. And part of the 5% is the like, inventory corruption setup that I never... I never stopped looking at notes for that one. Even then, I could probably do it, right?
Link.
Because I think I'd have the muscle memory to pick up the right ingredients,
Dirigiti
or the right materials, and then I just need to, like,
tavoletta shake.
pull out of my brain the order to do certain things. It would be tough. And Gleog Bridge. Oh my goodness. No. I will not forget any bridges. Probably. You'd kill at Hyrule GeoGuessr? Maybe. I think I'd be very good at it, for sure. But you also don't go everywhere, like with the Hundo route. So if there's anything that's, you know, along the way during Hundo, or like next to a Korok, I would know pretty much immediately. But there are definitely locations where it's like, oh, That's not quite as obvious. Yo, what's up, Olive? Thank you for the have fun, good luck. I was thinking maybe it's time for a mushroom.
Svegliati.
I've been slacking a little bit. I appreciate the invite.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti
I'm sure you
guiderà
would
dopo il
forget Shadow
risveglio
Hamlet
dal tuo
ruins. There's no Koroks there, just a random location. I mean, there's a named location though, so that's one of those spots where I would not forget. Well, I reset after missing the clip because it's I'm trying to get a like fast run. A run faster than my PB, and my PB does not miss the clip. So if I miss the clip, it will put me behind by more than I think is acceptable. Right, at this point, my PB needs to make like 0 mistakes, pretty much. It's wild to have that memorized. So people think, like, my memory is really good because I have the entire Hundo run, like, memorized, but I promise it's a lot easier than you think. That, like, if you spent the amount of time that I
Link,
spent, you know, doing
Link,
Hundo stuff, you would remember it as well.
dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della
Like, there are
tua
many
tavoletta
people who
sceicca.
have done Hundo runs where, you know, after some number of runs, you just kind of learn the route. Yo, what's up, Jeffrey? I have a favorite music artist. I guess you could argue it's Weird Al, right? Not even argue. It just has to be, right? Okay, T28 is good. When it hits a certain temp, they should let you plant flowers in place. Yes, this sounds like a good idea. It has to be who, and why is it not Bach? Weird Al. Weird Al is fire, yeah. Yeah, he's kind of the goat. Yeah, I feel like my knowledge of like classical music is not quite as good as it should be. I don't know, it'd be like in orchestra, you know, a bunch of my classmates would would I like know various pieces and I'd be like, "Oh, okay."
Mm-hmm.
What's your cutoff temp? I don't think I should say. For fear of being judged. As an honest Texan, I'm not trying to go outside when it's below 50. You get me. You understand. Look, 50 degrees? So we're saying you guys are going outside in the 40s? Sorry, but I don't have clothes for that. I guess I technically do. You guys are going outside, period? On occasion, yeah. Should it be higher or lower? Oh man, never change, Mace. Yo, what's up, Skitty? Thank you for the good luck. It's 6 degrees outside. Yeah. Good luck. Currently, outside, it's like... You know, outside my house right now, it's apparently like 50-ish. I thought that was gonna not deal damage to me. I was kind of hoping. Do you guys not own coats? So, you know when I went to AGDQ, I had that coat. That was my father's coat. From like when he was well, I don't know if it was when he was a child, probably not, but that was my father's coat from like a long time ago. We had to fish it out of the the closet. You actually don't have a coat. I don't. Look, why would I need a coat? It like never gets that cold here. I've got like a sweatshirt, you know, a hoodie. I do have some long sleeve shirts, although I very rarely use them. I only have, let's see, I think I have 2 pairs of jeans.
Svegliati.
And then a couple pairs of like sweatpants. And that's it for like the long pants.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Heard we might be getting even more snow this weekend. Oh no. Yeah, good luck to everyone out there surviving the cold. Only had 1 pair of jeans until this last Christmas when you got a second pair. Let's go. Yep. See, there are other people like me. out there. Thank you for existing. I feel like I get so judged, you know, for just being myself. But yeah, the like 2 pairs of jeans that I own, oh, David, thank you for the 200 bits, and thank you for the good luck as well. I'm not judging you, I'm just appalled. Ah, are you sure? I feel like there's some judgment here. I don't know. But yeah, the 2 pairs of jeans I did not have. Those are like my brother's from many years ago, and my mom had to pull those out of the closet for the
Svegliati.
GDQ trip.
Quella è una tavoletta scelta.
Yo, Moist with the
Ti
55
guiderà dopo
straight?
il
No
risveglio
way.
dal tuo
That one's cool because it's like 5s. And I'm player 5. What do I spend my money on? I don't really spend my money. I put it into my savings when I can. Oh man, I actually had to. Okay, so I finally had to pay my insurance. Essentially, there was the like subsidy that got taken away for the last couple of months of 2025. And then there was this like 3-month grace period for paying as health insurance. And so it finally got to the point where it's like, okay, I gotta pay. They're not bringing it back.
Link.
I shed a tear.
Link.
You, what's up, whale? I should spend it on you.
Tua tavoletta scelta.
You want me to buy you some like some gacha waifus? Just kidding, just kidding. I'll get you like a magic card. That didn't work? That like should have worked. Okay, that one. I would have like protested if that worked. Okay, whatever. Yo, what's up, Judge? Hello, Glubbers. Why pay health insurance when you just get lucky? You know. You know. You got a point, though. I'm only 24, right? I'm healthy. But yeah, the problem is just if there's ever something that happens, it's real bad. Oh my goodness. No health insurance for me, just pure RNG. Look, you know, I'm a fairly lucky guy. Probably make it work. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna maybe buy a new controller soon.
Svegliati.
If anything, that's the like, you know, non-bills thing I spend the most money on.
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
It's like buying a new controller every year. Because yeah, I have the game, right? Last year I bought a Switch, like an OLED. Well, I guess last year I also bought the Switch too. So yeah, I guess it's like gaming stuff. Which, I mean, those are legitimately business expenses. Isn't it kind of funny? I can buy a Switch 2 and then write it off. Is this the OLED? No, no, I'm still too lazy. I gotta actually just do it.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
No, write-offs don't... Like, it doesn't completely cover the cost. It's more like a discount, kind of. In a way. Yo, thank you for the good luck, Colin. Never gonna see me with the homebrewed OLED. Well, I don't really need it to be homebrewed, I don't think. Yeah, what's up, Felon? Thank you for the good luck. You know what? I'll take it. That's fine. A little bit of a time loss there. Yeah, there's Master Sword runs. Yo, what's up? Echo, hello, Mike. There's actually, there's two versions of the Master Sword speedrun. There's Master Sword Restricted and Master Sword Unrestricted. So in Unrestricted, you just need to get, like, the sword itself. And that can be done with a glitch. But, like, you don't need to complete the quest for taking the Master Sword out of the pedestal. So, yeah, you can use the campfire glitch. And it takes, like, 15 minutes. Ow. And then there's Master Sword Restricted, which doesn't allow you to use glitches to get the Master Sword early. You like actually have to complete the shrines. So that one takes like an hour 15-ish. I'm gonna grab this. Yeah. Ow. That's good. Think about taxes? Oh no. Yeah, I've started getting the emails. Oh, your tax documents are available. Oh no. Surely this time the government will send me something in the mail saying, please pay this much money, and then I will pay it. And then that'll be that, right? I'm good, yeah. There we are. Hey, what's up, Karen? They're going, honestly, pretty well. To be honest, not too bad. Yeah, the warm-up run was a 23-23, which is... It's like a 23-23 where I lost most of the time in the first two segments. So, honestly, pretty solid. Okay, 58's good. There we are, 113, sure. You should just be like, don't worry, it's on the house this year. I mean, look. You know, for people making under a certain amount, what if they just said, yeah, it's alright. You don't gotta pay. Wouldn't that be fun? Interesting. That was a very interesting fail. I don't know why that happened. Because I got no launch from that. So what part of the setup was like bad enough that I didn't get a launch? Yeah, it's a progress, San. Oh, snap. Enjoy Hubology and happy birthday. Oops. Oh, I'm cooked. Yeah, we're just not gonna continue that. I had one extra fish, but to have to use 2 fish was too much. My main problem with taxes, I make so many small donations that are technically tax deductible. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. YouTube chat getting no love? What do you mean getting no love? What do you want me to say? Is Almond Quest a category? Yes. We have whatchamacallit? Is it this one? I think it's this one. BotW. Yeah, so AMQR is the AMQ restricted. But yeah, people do run it. I think most recently I saw Cloud did some AMQ.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
But yeah, it's not super popular. I mean, like, to be fair, any percent is the popular category, right? And it makes sense, right? It's the shortest one. It's like the category for basically every 46 I could have continued. But yeah, it's basically like the speedrunning category. And then yeah, beyond that, it's like the longer the speedrun gets, the fewer people who are gonna be like willing to do it. Until you get to Hundo, where it's weird, right? I think any percent is typically the most popular. And then 100% also gets like a larger amount of runners because it is the category where you do everything. So it has that kind of prestige to it. So for Breath of the Wild, even though it is a 14 to 20 hour like speedrun, there's a surprising number of people who want to do Breath of the Wild Hundo. Like when you look at the leaderboard, I think that Hundo has as many, if not more, runners than like all shrines. Even though all shrines is like
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
what, a quarter of the length. Yo, what's up, Lipic Love? You got AKM some hype. AKM has what, like, it was you and JM ran it? And maybe one more person. Oh, true, yeah. If, if you love Kilton so much, why don't you marry him? Look. Go for it, Moist. I think you've got a shot. Like, you type no shot, but I believe. Hey, what's up, Felix? Hello, Morbid. What if I just like killing in game? Oh. That would be maybe a little bit problematic. I would have to say we should take your video games away from you.
Svegliati.
That's right. Breath of the Wild's making him violent.
Svegliati.
Hey, what's up, Parker? 7 more, then it'll be
Quella è una
really
tavoletta
impressive.
cieca. Ti guiderà dopo il
Luckily,
risveglio dal tuo
they don't let you share that streak, right? It's only every 5. You get a shirt that's... Yeah, I heart midair wind bombs. It's true. I got mine way back in the day. I think they updated the design a little bit. I remember 2 things or two moments. This is like after I had done my AKM arc. One was Moist, right? He goes and gets the bomb arrows by the old man's hut because he doesn't have DLC. I don't know if that one's faster than the other bomb arrows. I just didn't know those like existed. And then I'm like, whoa, I didn't know there were bomb arrows here. And this guy didn't know that the previous route went to get the DLC bomb arrows. I was like, okay, that's fine. But then I was like talking about the route, and he was like, you guys went to CAC for weapon modifier corruption?
link.
As if that's not like the default.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
This
scelta.
AKM Zoomer has only ever done his weapon modifier corruption in Korok Forest. And then at one point I was talking about how AKM was a little bit of a boring run. And Noman tried to call me out on it. He was like, no, it's got cool routing. What, you're just being a hater. Like, have you ever even seen a run? And then I was like, I had the world record. They forget. You and your 60 meals. Yeah? What of it? Are you trying to like fat shame me? I can eat 60 meals if I want. Look, Link is just a growing boy, you know? How fast could you eat 999 meals? Ah, in the game. You got a stack of 999. You gotta eat them all. We assume that they have some sort of, like, effect so that you can eat them without the extra text box. even when you're at like full hearts. It's just like essentially just mashing, right? How long does it take to mash through the text prompt of eating like one meal and then multiply it by 999 and then add some amount for fatigue. How large is the meal? It's in this case,
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
what is it? Fried wild greens that fully restore your stamina and give you. Does the AKM setup give you like 3 wheels or is it 2 wheels? Probably under 10 minutes. Each meal is made with 3 roasted carrots and a blue nightshade. Yeah, fried wild greens.
Link.
If you're a pro, you make it with 4.
Dirigiti al luogo
Wait,
segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
why? How does the pro have the extra carrot? And does moist make it with 3 or 4? Hey, what's up, Cookie Monster? Well, I guess. If we were to look at not just in the game, but in real life, how long would it take to get 999 meals? What even counts as a meal?
Svegliati.
Yeah, 999 grains of rice. How
Svegliati.
how much is that? Like, how many bowls of rice is that?
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
The noobs sell 2 instead of 1 during slot breaking. They would do that, yeah. Does sound like a noob thing to do. If each bowl has 1 grain, 999. No way. I couldn't have figured that one out myself. What changed in 100% speedruns to make it go from 18 to 14 hours? So I guess the biggest change between 18 hours and 14 hours to the route was inventory slot transfer. So the glitch that lets you like mass duplicate items by corrupting your inventory in a certain way. So instead of having to like gather all of your resources throughout the run, you just at the beginning pick up one of each of the items that you want to duplicate, and then use the glitch to get as many as you need. In some cases, you get 999. But I would say that only saved maybe like an hour off the run.
Svegliati.
So the other thing is just optimizations to the route
Svegliati.
and playing better. Because like back in the 18-hour days, I would imagine the run was not
Quella è
just
una
like as
tavoletta
optimized.
scelta. Ti
But like,
guiderà dopo il
how much
risveglio dal tuo
have we improved at like wind bomb consistency and stuff like that? I don't know. And there's definitely a chance that like I don't know, IST saves more than just an hour, but it's really hard to like quantify it. Because with IST, it's like not only do you get all of the materials that you would have to farm for, but it's also like you don't have to cook the food that you would need, and like all of your healing is through fairies. So every time you would normally need to eat food, you can just use a fairy instead, and that reduces the amount of like menuing that you would need. Stuff like that. Also, there's like weapon modifier corruption. So we use the same bow for the entire run, which means you don't have to swap bows at all, and so you're like saving small bits of time on menuing, but like, how do you even quantify that? How many menu swaps do you need in a normal Hundo run without weapon modifier corruption?
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
Yo,
scelta.
what's up, Nomathy? 999 grains of rice is like a fifth of a cup? Oh, that's like nothing. Yeah, I could eat that. But yeah, with a run like Hundo, you know, the route is always evolving. Hey, what's up, Diz? Hello, Lynn. What is what is this? We've got Glorp exploding, a campfire, and then the rest of the Glorps are like dancing or bouncing, but what is this this ritual? Sacrifice. Hopefully not. Yeah, there's a Tears of the Kingdom Hundo route. The world record for that is like 27-ish hours.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Oh no. Rest in peace, Porosad. I guess if Porosad is no longer
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
no longer with us, then at least it can't get stoned. Do I think I'll ever do it? No. I don't think I'll do Tears of the Kingdom 100%. Unless you donate a lot of money, and then maybe I'll do it. Or anyone. If you want to make a large donation, I could do Tears of the Kingdom 100%. Any billionaires in the chat box, perhaps? No, play for us for free. You know, that's fine. I can do that. But the deal for Tears of the Kingdom Hundo is it's still there. If anyone ever wants to
Svegliati.
take me up on it. How about 100 million? I'm sorry, mom bucks? Not really sure what that is.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
You have a billion atoms. Oh, okay. I don't know if there's really an exchange rate for atoms to USD though. That's a Diary of a Wimpy Kid reference. Oh, I don't think I ever read that. Uncomfortable silence broken by Nightbot. Where if you were feeling uncomfortable, then like go ahead and leave the chat. Like I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. So if you can't take a little bit of silence, then this might not be the right place for you. Tips Fedora. Uh-oh. Is that the Silk Song Pro SR to Peer? You know, I don't actually have a fedora on me. The closest I have is... How about that? And then... I think that's the closest you'll get.
Svegliati.
Where are my explosions? I haven't gotten to bombs yet. Sorry. Maybe in like 4 minutes. If I play well.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Maybe I am. Perhaps I was stunned, speechless.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
There we go. That was good. Yo, Jesse, thank you for the 22-month resub. Is that a sign, perhaps, that this is gonna be a 22? How have the slides been? I've actually gotten a couple of really solid stasis slides. I would say not like, you know, they haven't been like super good all around, but I've gotten a couple of like solid ones. Oh no. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. It's not gonna work. Yeah, that one would work. It just isn't quite what I need. This speedrun feels like an ontological echo. A creator fashions a bounded reality from their partial grasp of the actual one. So perhaps our own world is just the next imperfect imitation upward. Some higher mind approximating its reality with lossy fidelity. The NPCs here possess only rudimentary awareness, yet still trace the same existential arc we do. Perception, reaction, pursuit, collapse. Thus, consciousness may simply be the emergent tier in an infinite regress of elaborate simulations. So true. +1? Or is that +2? The new copy pasta just killed the Did it? Or did it reveal the truth about the run? Perhaps it saved the real run, you know? The real run was the friends we made along the way. What is a good time to get into the Temple of Time for me? So when I interact with or when I like press A on the chest, I always check the time. So if I'm opening the treasure chest at 156, that's really good. If it's anything like, if it's 158 or below, I think that's like good. 159 is okay, but like, yeah, 2 minutes and up, that's where I think I usually call it. Maybe the real run was the copy pastas we made along the way. I've actually thought this.
Svegliati.
Unironically, one of my favorite things to come out of my like speedrunning career is the like focus copy pasta. It's just so good.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Like somebody created that, you know? They genuinely wrote that masterpiece. That's the they were just so mad. I don't know. There's something beautiful about it. Do kids know about Khan Academy? At this point, I don't really know what the kids are doing. My assumption right now is that the kids are like watching TikTok or whatever. TikTok or like... it's probably TikTok. Whichever shorts media platform they are given. And that's how they get all information about the world.
Link.
Like you go to school and then boom, they just have
Dirigiti
TikTok
al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
for you
sceicca.
to scroll through. Look at Chegg's stock price. Uh-oh. I still remember the like only time I ever did I even pay for it? I forget. But like, and I've told this story before, but essentially AP Physics C um in high school. That was like senior year. There is some shenanigans where I had taken mechanics as a year-long course because at my high school, even though like AP Physics C is supposed to have like mechanics and electricity and magnetism as like, you know, semester-long segments. So a lot of schools, you know, will not have them separated, and you end up taking one course and then you take 2 AP exams at the end. But at my school, they like separated it into 2 year-long classes. And so I ended up taking mechanics. And then the year like after I took it, they were like, "Okay, we're actually switching it so that our school gives both in the same year." So, essentially anyone who took it as a year-long class, you kind of just lost out on some credit. It was honestly kind of messed up. So then the next year I took E&M, but it was only like second semester. And so because I had already taken mechanics, the teacher was like, okay, well, for anyone who's joining second semester, you don't have to do all of these like long kappa assignments that are meant to be like a review for mechanics. At the end of the year, you know, there's like hundreds of questions that you have to do as a review, and you know, you should be working on it throughout the year or throughout the semester. But yeah, for the people who have already taken mechanics, you don't have to do it. And then at the end, he was like, actually, you guys do have to do it. I've changed my mind. You actually do need to take it. I've already passed the AP exam. I got my 5. And then and then oh no, I gotta do all of the assignments. And it was like, yeah, multiple hundreds of questions that I like learned the material for last year. And I was like, oh shoot, this is not good. It was part of the homework grade, so I think ultimately what I ended up doing was in the last like week, I was just cramming it, trying to do as much as I could of the like easy questions so that I could get most of the credit. And then yeah, one of my friends bought Chegg. So the reason I brought this up is because the only time I've ever like used the paid services of Chegg to look up the answers to questions was because I was given these like this insane amount of work to do in kind of an unjust fashion. But yeah, we just like shared an account. And I think you weren't supposed to like I think there were like 3 of us who kind of shared this account. And so yeah, I was like, just make sure you don't try and log in while somebody else is like already logged in. But yeah, it was crazy because there are so many of those questions where it's like somebody has uploaded it to Chegg and done the work. And you just gotta like figure out how to swap in the values. they're almost always available somewhere for free. Yeah, you can find a lot of them. It's just a lot of the time Chegg will be like one of the first results, and it's like easier to find.
Svegliati.
But yeah, it was messed up.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
I asked ChatGPT when my bedtime should be, and it told me to go to bed now. Now? Like 8 p.m.? Interesting. My brother had a similar situation for when he was ready to graduate college. Oh, I feel like that's worse. Yeah, I think, I don't remember. I feel like there was some system at my college where it's like, kind of whatever curriculum you're required to do for the major is, I think, locked in when you start. I don't remember if you could like get screwed in that way. Because yeah, that would be tough. You're like, oh, I'm done, and then nope, you got to do another class. What's your favorite part of any percent? My favorite part is probably Calamity or Castle. One of those two.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
He managed to fight it and didn't have to pay for the class he needed and took it immediately. Okay. I mean, like, that's how it should be. I'm glad you got that sorted. Because, yeah, that would be messed up. Like, forcing you to pay for the class. As well. I do remember, though. It's one of those unfortunate things about college and, like, what courses are offered, but, like, sometimes you'll have, oh, this course is... it's not offered every, like, quarter. So you could get, like, screwed if they're not teaching at a certain time. It was really dumb, though. I think they offered this course each quarter, so, like, you couldn't run into that situation where the one class you need to graduate is, like, not being offered. At least not with this one. It was, like, a group project class. And yeah, it was one of the last requirements for me to graduate. Maybe the last one. But I went to take it, and then I was like, oh, snap. I'm not... I'm not doing this right now. I have to wake up at 8 a.m. No thank you, no thank you. I'm gonna do it some other time. And then it was only ever offered at 8 a.m. So... Anyway, they just wanted to, like, despite all of the CS students, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
6:30 a.m. Wait, is that legal? Music appreciation? What do you guys do? That needs, you know, that requires you to be up at 6:30. Look, if I had to take music appreciation at 6:30 a.m., I think it would have the opposite effect. I would just hate music. As someone who has to commute for about an hour to get to college, 8 a.m. classes are not happening. I can imagine. Oh my. Yeah, that's tough. Well, okay, to be fair, I got cooked. My last quarter of college, essentially what happened was I had enough credits to like graduate if I just finished 1 or 2 classes. But one of those classes was the group project class that was only offered at 8 a.m. And so this is like start college, COVID hits, we go do all of our classes online for lockdown, and then we come back for like what, a little bit, and then I'm like graduating. So what ended up happening was I was like, okay, well, I'm kind of over this. I'm gonna try and graduate a little bit early because, you know, I was initially gonna try and graduate 4 years to have like the normal college degree kind of track, and my schedule would be pretty light for the most part since I had already gotten so many of my credits. And part of that was like I wanted to enjoy my college experience. And, you know, do things that I wouldn't otherwise be able to do as like easily, I guess. So like one of the things was I wanted to play in Smash tournaments, right? I feel like college is a pretty easy place to do that. You know, you hang out with people, play Smash, etc. And, you know, I did meet quite a few cool people there, but then COVID kind of messed it all up. So I was like, okay, I'm over this. I'm just gonna graduate as soon as possible. And also another thing was that like housing was kind of difficult to find. And so essentially because I only needed 1 more quarter, I just decided I'm gonna commute. And the commute was not fun. And eventually I just stopped going to class because yeah, I think it was about an hour, something like that. But yeah, that 8 a.m. class for the group project was quite the pain because it was like initially I made sure to go to class, right? Because I wanted to make sure I was in a group. And then once I was in a group, I got pretty lucky in a way in that, like, my group didn't really care about meeting up in person. So we just did all of our meetings online. Which worked out for me because I was like, I am not gonna... I'm not trying to go and, like, meet up with you guys at the library on campus on any day that I'm not required to be there for, like, other classes. So yeah, I was like an hour commute
Una tavoletta sceicca.
plus 8 a.m. It was not fun.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
But yeah, I got my degree. I tried to go for like the first, I don't remember how long. I think I made it until maybe the midterm. Like actually going to class, and then once the midterm happened, I was like, all right, I'm probably gonna be fine. Like, I'm doing well enough that I'm pretty sure I can just learn from the slides. Oh, dude, the other thing that was so stupid, and this still grinds my gears. I was taking databases, and the professor was like, yeah, we've got the lecture recordings, but I'm not giving it to you, so that you all have to come to class. So he literally like records the lectures, and you can only get access to it if you have a disability, right? Because you can like get extra help with studying and whatnot. But it's like, really, that's so petty. And so I kind of like, I don't know, it pissed me off because it's like, look, I get it. You want people to be there in person, and you'll probably learn better if you're there in person every time. But like, there are legitimate reasons that somebody might want to watch the lecture again later. And, you know, in my case, I just did not want to like be there for the lecture. I wanted to not have to commute. And so, I don't know, I learned it from the slides and the textbook.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
And honestly, it worked out.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
But man, what a stupid professor. You had a teacher who wouldn't give her slides online? That's just evil. It really is. Yeah, it just felt petty. And like, I imagine, you know, there were students who, if they didn't go to class, probably were not gonna do well or pass it. But, you know, I'm not one of those kinds of students. Like, I think I got an A in that class. I don't remember, it's been a while. Because I was generally like a good student. I wouldn't say I was a good student. I would say I was good at getting good grades, for the most part.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa
I
della
was
tua
in
tavoletta
class,
sceicca.
took notes, and I still need the slides. Yeah, that's just like... That's just dumb. Luckily, I think that was the only person, or the only professor who, like, I really had a problem with in that regard. Everyone else was like... There were definitely some where it's like, okay, we just don't have the lecture recordings. Like, I think they just didn't record the lectures for that group project class. So I had to learn from the slides for 2 of my 3 classes. And the group project class was like, I don't know, it was super easy. Like the guy was boasting about, oh, we've only ever failed, you know, a handful of students. So basically it was like, you guys are gonna pass. No matter what. Yeah, and the guy wasn't even like, the guy wasn't even that good at like lecturing. I'm gonna come clean. He definitely, it would have been nice to have the recordings, because even when I was going to class, it was like, I forget, I think he like talked a little bit fast. Ow, just dropped my Amiibo. Because yeah, if he was like better at having active participation. The thing is, even if there was like active participation and whatnot, I don't think I would want that. I don't think I ever asked a single question like during a lecture in college.
Ah.
Okay, I literally grabbed that. I pressed A. Okay, 155. Yeah, sorry, psych people. I'm a law professor, and I'm mainly going to be talking to my law major students. Oh my goodness. That is, kind of funny. But, like, not in a good way. You know, he said sorry. Surely that's enough. Oh, have a good night, Gim. GG, I'm doxxed. Oh. There we go. I've now parsed it correctly. I appreciate the good luck. Hey, you could argue that reading like Twitch chat and like people's usernames is more difficult than, say, reading a book, in that you don't have proper punctuation, capitalization. In some cases, it's just like you have to read the whole group of letters or characters, not even just letters sometimes, and then figure it out. I'd say reading some of chat is harder than manual labor. And that's how you get a clip to go viral. Yo, what's up, Integral? How am I doing that? Are you talking about the hovering glitch? It's called Bow Lift Smuggle Slide. You got funny colors though? True, the chat names are all like different colors. It does help. How are you reading? How indeed. Yeah, I was like, how am I reading people's names properly? That is a good question. There you go. That's the explanation. Yeah, thank you, Steph. If you want, you can watch that video for how to do it, but a fair warning, it was patched, so you can only use it if you're on an older version of the game. Dude, this is actually, it's not karma for saying that I hit Cliff like every time last stream. I think it's just that Cliff, like hitting Cliff every time is the exception. Even though like I am pretty solid about it generally. Okay, 120. Meh. Oh my goodness. What a joke. Thank you, T-Bag, for that one. What's the difference between a viola and a trampoline? I was gonna say you're not supposed to jump on a viola, but you take your shoes off to jump on a trampoline. There we go. I was trying to figure out what the punchline there was.
Ooh.
The violas are the punching bag of the orchestra. Or the string instruments, I guess. A coffin has a cold, dead person on the inside. Oh no. Yeah, some of my friends are, yeah, some of the only people that I, like, kept in contact with, post high school are my friends from Orchestra, and, like, 2 of them played viola. And I think they both, at this point, still do. Like, one of them, I think, kept playing after high school. The other stopped playing and is now picking it back up. You're hunting Korok seeds in Tears of the Kingdom, so you need to ask, what's my amount? What do you mean? Like, how many did I collect in Tears of the Kingdom?
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Refugees from the second violins. Oh no. I feel like in Orchestra, it was first violins were like the tryhards. Second violins were like still fairly tryhard, but not to the same degree. And then violas were like the weird ones. The cellos or the cellists were like the chill group. And then the bass players were like, I don't know, cool, I guess. There were only, well, okay, I was gonna say there were only 3 of them, but having 3 bass players is, I think, more than usual. But yeah, it was like the cello section was so chill that when it came time to do like seating placement, one of the years we just decided, we're actually good. We will just skip that. Nobody really cares about being like first seat, so we'll just sit where we want.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Which was nice for me because I never liked doing those. Bass players are drunkards. Well, hopefully not the people. I can see one of them. Maybe. In your experience, the percussionists were the weird ones. I know in middle school, everyone hated the percussionists. But I think a lot of the people doing percussion were like not. They were like kind of forced to be there. And then in high school, that was not the case. So. We got a lot of better.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
You guys aren't nearly as weird compared to the rest of the band. Yeah, I can only speak for the string instruments. Band was definitely yeah, there's definitely a difference. You know, much like their instruments, they were louder. Less chill. Our trumpets were so much louder than they were good. Oh no. Yeah, I sat at the back of my section. I think partially, well, okay. It wasn't entirely because I was like the worst of the cellists. Like I definitely see there was like the regular orchestra and then the like upper orchestra. And so the first 2 years I was in the lower orchestra and I was definitely not the worst
Svegliati.
in the section there. And then I auditioned for the higher orchestra junior year and got in. And then I was the worst in that in that group.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
But, you know,
Ti guiderà dopo il
it is what
risveglio
it
dal tuo
is. Most of the other people had lessons anyway. But I liked sitting in the back. And then it was also kind of convenient because I would end up having to like leave for soccer games pretty early whenever soccer season came around. So because I was in the back, it wasn't difficult to just like leave. Yeah, junior is third. I played soccer in high school. And then I guess also track. Yeah, junior year would be 11th grade.
Link.
Yo, what's up, pedal?
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Okay. I should be continuing some of these runs. I feel like I'm not quite getting the bombs consistency that I would like, but yeah, it's probably fine. Hey, what's up, Cairo? Have a good nap, Brentus. The runs have been, I would say, okay. Not too bad. Meant to trout. Oh, your transcript eval. That sounds kind of annoying. Good luck. But yeah, there have been some okay attempts. I mean, like the very first run that I finished was good.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Ah. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Come on, you. No. Oh, no? I just picked up like every fish on under the sea. Or I guess on land. Wait, that's actually insane. I got like 15 fish types. And 5 arrows. Come on. Okay, whatever. Oops. Hey, what's up, Deo man? Should you be concerned? I don't think so. Because that means mighty carp in French. Yo, what's up, Nukel? Who are we talking about getting married? All these people online. Imagine. Imagine indeed. That was 1 minute. That was kind of slow. Okay, 115, sure. I think it means bladed carp or something. Yeah. Basically, it's or it's the equivalent of mighty carp. In other words, it's a like good thing, I think. Okay, I think I got it. I did, right? Huge. And it barely slowed me down. That's right. I just... I remembered seeing the notification and being like, I should probably join that, because that means I think we're done with the previous mushroom. And then I forgot. So there's only one spot left. I had to make sure I was in. Oops. And yeah, I only like barely lost time. I think that doesn't work, actually. Which is a lie. I thought it was gonna work. Okay, I think that would have worked if I had detonated immediately. Dude, look at this. I literally have 5 types of fish. Oh no. What is going on? Okay, here it is. No. How many gold since starting any percent? Only 1. That like that actually didn't work, is the funny thing. Like it looks like I launched myself up the cliff, but I was too far away from the tree. And I took a quarter heart of ragdoll damage, which actually matters because the wind bomb that we do in the shrine almost always gives you like a quarter heart of ragdoll damage. It was bombs, and I golded it by like 0.3. Yeah, most people run Switch 1 because it's faster. But because it's like, I mean, there are people who run Switch 2. It's just you have to run like the old route with BTBs, and it's gonna be slower than using DLSS anyway. So it's not super popular. But there's also just like there aren't that many people running Breath of the Wild at a given time anyway. But yeah, with like version shenanigans, it's we're in the same situation now as we were in for Tears of the Kingdom, unfortunately.
Svegliati.
So like some people are forced to run 1.8.
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to get into. Um, yeah, the way I usually describe it is like the BLSS route has a lower skill floor, so it's easier to like learn, but a higher skill ceiling. In that like there's a lot more wind bombs you can do that are like, you know, extremely difficult to do. So you can add, you know, more optimal angles to every shrine, where on the BTB route you're kind of just running through it, like half of the shrines. And the difficulty comes from like the BTBs, but the BTBs, while they're like harder to do correctly, BLSS has a lot more that you can really work on. Because like with a BTB, once you get the launch angle, you're set. You don't have to do anything for the rest of the flight. With the BLSS, you have to be like constantly flicking, and if you're not flicking the right way, then you lose little bits of time here and there. So to get like a really good BLSS, that requires more skill, I would say. So yeah, it's like when you compare the two routes, it's kind of interesting because the BLSS route is like not only easier, but also harder in a way. Which I think is good. I think it's nice when a run has like the beginner strats that you can do to get into it, and then you can always ramp it up as you keep going. Yo, what's up, Andre? Are developers the problem? No. In this case, not really. Because they didn't intentionally patch out the glitch. It was more like they had to make some change that ended up patching out the one glitch. I mean, I would have preferred if they just didn't update the game on the Switch 1 somehow. But can't really change much now. Up until people voted to vote out the only trick that made it fun. Wait, which trick was it? Spent 5 minutes doing a dumb climb for no reason. Is it like recall launching? No. No. Wait, that got axed? That's actually like one of the coolest tricks, I think, in Tears. There's something about it that reminds me of BTBs.
Mm-hmm.
345. We'll just go for it. Okay, 145. I could see that for sure. I think for me, I did like glitchless any percent, but I don't think I would do anything longer than that. And it's kind of similar for Breath of the Wild, where I did like bug limit any percent, but I don't think I'd be interested in any of the longer categories. It's just like too much, I guess. Please. Yo, let's go, dude. Huge. That was close. I had to take damage before hitting the ground. Otherwise, I was cooked. Oh, see a Med Max? You gonna run Tears of the Kingdom after you get the world record again? Probably not. So my next project, eventually I'll run Tears of the Kingdom as part of it, but it's to learn all of the 3D Zelda any percents and run them all in a row. Okay, this is pretty bad. Okay, 59, so it's not as bad as I thought. Also not great. Okay, 115. Nah, TP is easy, trust. Look, when I run TP, I'm sure Teabag is just gonna like backseat me so much that it'll essentially be front seating. best segments. 2.6. Okay, yeah. That's not gonna work. Oopsie. Ah, please, man, please. I can't take the snapback. It's actually so stupid when that happens. I'm dead. No? Okay. Oh, I'm actually like screwed. Unless this is like the perfect, no, okay, we're screwed. Okay. Good evening, ineptitudinous. Makes the category kind of rubbish now. What, you wanted to look at a rupee for... The snow softened your fall? No, I just wasn't high enough to take fall damage. Like, barely. At least gave some sort of specialty, and now it's kind of bland. It's true.
Svegliati.
And
Svegliati.
it made for a good meme. Everyone would be like, you ever heard about that Twilight Princess? Or like TP speedrunning gets brought up and they're like, yo, what about that
Quella è
category
una
that takes like
tavoletta
14
scelta.
hours where you're staring at a rupee for all of it?
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Yo, David, they really gifted sub. Yo, what's up, halitosis? Thank you for the good luck.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Nice. 227, that's good. I would enlighten if I saw that intro professionally over 10,000 times a day. Well, what, lifetime it's probably like 20,000 times. Per day? It varies quite a lot, but per day it's probably like... I don't know how many attempts I do per day. If I said 100... Oh. No, not quite, right? I don't think that's a gold. It's close. Yeah. Not even that close, to be honest. But that was a 227 entry, so I don't really know what was like that much slower. Do you ever mute audio or listen to music? For Breath of the Wild, not really. Well, okay, I don't really listen to music. So all of the audio that I get is the game audio. But yeah, there have been times for Tears of the Kingdom where I would like take out the earbuds and I would just listen to nothing. Polka Face? That one's a good one. But no. Okay, I have one extra. But 149 is pretty slow. Can I PB with that RNG? I think technically yes. Realistically, no. Well, thank you for the good luck, Squinky. Cause yeah, it's like 49. I'm probably losing like 5 seconds maybe compared to PB. Well, we'll never know. I should have eaten. I kind of thought there was a chance. That was a sick wind bomb like 6 attempts ago. Thank you. Yeah, I had an extra fish. I should have eaten it. The thing is, in that case, it kind of matters. Well, I guess it kind of doesn't matter, right? Because, like, if I eat the fish, I survive. If I didn't need to eat the fish, then I lose the amount of time it takes to eat, right? The menuing for it. Which is not that much time. It's like maybe a second and a half, I think. But it's also like at that point, I was already losing enough time that for it to be a PB paced run, I kind of needed everything to go really well. So I was banking on it not killing me, even though I kind of knew.
Svegliati.
All right, see ya, VV. How big of a difference is perfect RNG versus bad RNG? Let's see. Bad RNG, I would say, would be like 4 scans and up. But okay, let's just give an example of perfect RNG versus like okay RNG, right? So here's 2 examples. One, a single scan where I pick up 4 fish, and the 4 fish are all the same type. So like the first scan I do gives me 4 mighty carps. That is the fastest combination you can get. In the second example, I now scan 1 amiibo, and it gives me all of the fish I need. But instead of being 4 carps, it's 2 carps, 1 porgy, and 1 hyrule bass. In that situation, even though both were a single scan, the second example, I have to pick up 2 extra types of fish, and so that's 2 more text boxes. Each text box takes about 2 seconds. So even in that example, where both are like pretty optimal amiibo scans, the second one loses 4 seconds.
Link.
And then you can imagine if you're adding in like, I have to scan another amiibo, you know, it takes a certain amount of time for the fish to fall down and like spawn in. So I would say perfect RNG versus bad RNG would be like, could be 10 seconds of difference. Because yeah, I would classify bad RNG as like the 4th scan, maybe. I think 3 would be like pretty average, and then within the first 2 scans would be like good. Something like that. Would you have to get an attack of Claymore for a PB? No, I don't think so. I mean, so the attack up Claymore, I would say only saves a couple of seconds. Like maybe 2 or 3 at most. But yeah, it's really not that big of a difference. I think it just, like, it is faster. There's no denying that, but yeah, it's maybe like 2 seconds. So my splits are showing the last run that I finished, right? This is the latest finished run. So it's just a run that I completed today. Hey, what's up, TJ? Thank you for the good luck.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta
David, thank you for another gifted sub. Thought I'd save more. Yeah, I think the, like, There's definitely been like times where people overemphasize, I think, the attack up Claymore. Oh, and thank you for a third gifted sub. I appreciate that. So max win has got to be pretty rare. Yeah, getting 4 of the same fish type in like the first 2 scans does not happen very often.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
A little unfortunate. Poured one out. Thank you. I appreciate that. Some 07s for that one. Such a good attempt, only to die so early, so young. That would have been, I think, a 27 entry, which is about as good as I can ask for.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
You can technically get like a 26 entry, and maybe a 25. I don't know, but
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
I know for sure I've gotten 26s.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
You probably missed it, but I did explain it a little bit earlier. It is the latest finished run. So it's just some random run that I finished today. At some point today. That's when it was. You think you're snatching that record back when the time is right. When the stars align.
Link,
And Mercury is...
dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
in retrograde. I'll be honest, I don't really know what all of that nonsense means. Whenever I'm not watching. Yeah, I'm always on the lookout to see if David's watching. Astrology. Yeah, I think I'm... What am I? I'm a... Is it an Aries? It's like late March. Pisces gang? Oh my goodness, you would be. That actually makes so much sense. Your star signs make you not compatible. Oh my goodness. I remember back in the day. Was it Tapir?
Quella è una
I want to
tavoletta
say he
sceicca.
tweeted out a few times, like,
Ti
looking for a
guiderà dopo il
Pisces to hit my
risveglio dal
line.
tuo lungo...
I don't know what being an Aquarius means. It means you like aquariums, maybe. Frequent belly pains? That would explain some things.
Link,
Oh, you know, I
Link.
still haven't had the Birria
Dirigiti al luogo
Bullback.
segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Not yet. I'm sure pretty soon I'll have it though. Am I looking for a tummy ache? I'm not, like, seeking it out. I think I'm usually pretty good with the bull deck if it's not 2x spicy. And I just don't eat the 2x spicy because... I don't eat the 2x spicy unless we have, like, you know, all of the tools at my disposal to combat it. Like, I don't know, mozzarella, cheese, QP mayo. Sometimes we'll put corn in. Because I think that's, like, part of the original kind of recipe. Unicorn. I gotta say, it's like, or like the original guy's recommendations. Yeah, the corn can definitely be left out. Or swapped for some other like vegetable, because I feel like it doesn't quite work as well as you'd like. Although, what, last night I had some corn with the bulldog sauce. Yo, what's up? Jouch? Joke? Thank you for the good luck. Ain't. Ain't. No way. It's like not. It didn't actually happen though. It did just happen. That is Weird Al. Weird Al Yankovic.
Ooh.
No. No. You can't just ask who's Weird Al. You should just know. He's the goat. But yeah, he would make parodies for a bunch of popular music. They wouldn't even know the originals of the parodies. I wonder. Yeah, like at what point? How big is Weird Al, right? What percentage of people within a certain age group, you know, people you would expect to know to have like grown up while Weird Al was like making music? What percentage of them would actually know about Weird Al? You listen to him unironically. Look, how about before you ask that question, maybe you go and... Oh, I'm dead. You go and listen to some of his stuff, and then you'll understand. Pitbull is better. Yo, it's a Bob. Like Riding Dirty. To be fair, there's a lot of songs that I know because of Weird Al. So yeah, like Await and Nerdy. That is probably one of the examples. Weird Al is a legend. Yeah, he is.
Sveglia. Svegliati.
You never heard of him, but you're also not from an English-speaking country. That would probably, yeah, lower the
Quella
chances
è
quite
una
a bit.
tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, my dad bought my brothers a couple of his albums, I think. So like we have Running with Scissors. And whatnot. So I grew up listening to Weird Al. He's 66 now? Dang.
Link.
I mean, they made the,
Link.
what, biopic?
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
That was a fun watch. Ow. What about Kesha? um... I don't remember what songs she, name one? Oh my goodness. See, the thing is, I do recognize the name, but conjuring up one of the songs, that's a little bit too much for me. I think if you listen to some Drake, your life would change. Ain't no way. Oh my goodness. Are you like a real person?
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Oh look, I'm not saying his music is bad. I mean, it would be impossible to have not listened to some of his music, right? I don't live under a rock. I just feel like, you know, there's a level of glaze here. It would change my life. You really think? What's the name of the sheep? Oh, the sheep is Mareep. It's a Pokemon. I'm from Canada, so he's the goat of Canada. Right, right. you Canadians and your
Link,
always knowing which like
dirigiti
famous
al
people are
luogo
from
segnato
Canada.
sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
I thought Justin Bieber was the goat of Canada. Back in the day. You grew out of rap. You were really into Travis's beats. Yeah, I never really listened to all that much. Like, we wouldn't really listen to music in the car when I was growing up. And I think that's definitely part of it. What's up, Jonas? I mean, we would like listen to audiobooks on the way to school. Like my dad would put on an audiobook. But yeah, like long road trips, we wouldn't really put on music in the car.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Didn't Kanye change his name like legally to what, North? Maybe Northwest. It's his kid. I knew there was something. Is North actually the name of the kid? There's like a 25% chance I picked the actual one. Northwest. What a oh, what a terrible fate. That's just one of those things that you think about. You're like, oh, what if I did this?
Dirigiti al
What
luogo
if I named
segnato
my
sulla
child
mappa della tua
Bokoblin?
tavoletta sceicca.
But you can't actually do it. There we go, T26. She should visit the Pacific Northwest someday. Yeah. See what her namesake is all about. I mean, what? Seattle's pretty cool. Yo, it's up 410. Okay. I guess I've only been to Seattle. Maybe twice.
Ah. Huh. Mm-hmm. Ah.
Ow. That's a good one. Yo, what's up, Pootsby? Thank you for the good luck. It's been fine. Yeah, I think things have settled down for sure on the YouTube side of things. Yo, what's up, Dark Phantom? Try not to dox yourself in chat challenge. Oh my goodness. I mean, I think Seattle's a pretty big place. But yeah, always good to be wary. Limit. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Is that like Breaking Bad? That's the white residence? Okay. Oh. Interesting. Let's see. I should probably do a couple more. I don't know why this has been happening so much, but I've been getting the like snapback. More often. Is like the way I fail cliff. And it's such a weird one because it's like it just feels so incorrect. That should never happen. Why am I getting snapback and jumping the wrong way? You normally think of like, oh, snapback is when you try to do a wind bomb, and then when you're doing the like menuing from one bomb to another, it like prevents you from doing that. So you end up detonating the first bomb. Or like you're doing a shield clip, right? And you don't unequip your shield because of snapback. But that one, it's just like, how do I try to run left and jump, and then Link just jumps the opposite direction with full momentum? Do I ever get nervous when I realize I'm on pace? Yeah.
Svegliati.
Oh, we got a winner. You guys have JRP.
Svegliati.
That was kind of slow though, to be fair. I feel like we could do better as a community.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
I'm doing
Ti
my
guiderà
best.
dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Well, I think your best is actually better than that. You know what? Magoo meows in your ear when you sleep. Aww. What a good cat. Is that good? I don't know. That certainly sounds cute. You get a heart rate monitor. Yeah, some speedrunners do that. But yeah, I don't ever really... Well, okay, I guess I get nervous when I get to like... Maybe cryo. and I'm on like pace.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yo, Dave, thank you for the 27-month resub. Appreciate that. Am I gonna do a normal run of OOT or Wind Waker? So yeah, I want to learn the non-ace categories, but I haven't decided like which categories that'll be. Because with OOT, if you do ace, it's like 5 minutes. If you don't do ace, there are still categories that are like, 15 minutes. But I haven't decided like what category I'd want to do. OOT any percent, so fun. I think I'll learn ace, but like
Svegliati. Svegliati.
yeah, it'd probably be something without SRM, but like I need to check. We'll see.
Quella è una tavoletta
Have I already
sceicca.
checked out all the other 3D Zelda runs for any percent?
Ti guiderà
I've
dopo
watched
il
them all,
risveglio dal tuo
but like not super closely. And yeah, for Wind Waker, I would be doing a normal any percent run, for sure. It's just like OOT, and then same with like Majora's Mask. I think I'll find whichever run is not ace, that is like short. Hey, wait, Autumn, you have it worse than me. I don't really. I guess I've reached the point where I tune everything out. Although what is it?
Link.
Is somebody had their
Link.
notification sound on their phone
Dirigiti al
as the
luogo segnato
Korok
sulla
sound?
mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
So every time it went off, I just immediately. Huh? But to be fair, like everyone in the car did, because we're a bunch of Breathwald nerds. But yeah, it's funny to think that like, or think about how I'm probably, one of the people who has listened to the Korok sound the most in the world. Okay, we'll continue this. I think any percent OOT should require you to defeat Ganon. Not just a credits roll. I mean, yeah, that's why they're like different categories. So for the 3D challenge, I would be doing, I'm probably gonna learn Ace, which is the 5-minute warp to the credits version, and then also learn at least one that requires you to beat Ganon, but you know, there are multiple categories. So like defeat Ganon can still be done in like 10 or 15 minutes. And whether or not I want to do that or something a little bit longer, I'll have to figure out. The super swims seem rough. Yeah, I think the super swims it is a little bit rough in terms of like a viewing experience. I've heard that like doing manual super swim is not actually that bad. Especially if you're not doing it unbuffered. But yeah, visually they're quite a little hard to watch. You gotta put up the epilepsy warning, unfortunately. What you're saying is that should be the true any percent, not Ace. I mean, sure. That's fine. But the community has decided. So it's really up to the speedrunning community
Svegliati.
what the rules of the leaderboard are.
Svegliati.
And the reason there are different categories is so that, you know, if you prefer one category over the other, you can watch that category instead.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
All of the games would have to be SD, so it'd be Wind Waker SD, not HD. And same with like TP has to be SD. Skyward Sword. As if anybody would want to include Skyward Sword HD in the 3D Zelda Any Percent challenge. Just make it needlessly longer. Don't mind the visual part, but the menu sound gets old real quick. I mean, you only have to do the like manual Super Swim the first time, I think, right? Then you get the Wind Waker, and then from there... you do have Link. Making noise.
Link. Link.
Also, no, I don't watch sports.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
And then, do you think Summoning Salt will make a documentary one day on Breath of the Wild? My guess would be no. But we'll see. I don't know. He has started making some more modern videos, like he did Cuphead recently. But But I think he prefers to make videos on older games. And then he's also said he doesn't like making videos on Zelda, but yeah, we'll see. It's not like there's zero chance that in the future he does it, but I'd say it's quite unlikely. Yeah, that'll do. Just a little bit off. Yeah. Used to run Wind Waker SD. Was fun. Nice. Yeah, the that run looks really cool. And it's gotten easier with the whole like tingle tuner stuff. So we'll see. Because it used to be like it had the reputation of being very, very difficult and like, you know, RNG heavy also at the end, but I think that's calmed down a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Mm-hmm.
How did I do that? Oh, what? No! Oh, come on. The case of the disappearing carp. The camera like turned around because Link climbed up onto the shrine base, which I don't know why he did that. That was weird. And then as the camera turned, it like deleted the carp from existence. Okay, I had skew somehow. Which is a little unlucky. Does any percent use Tingle Tuner? Yes. Because essentially the Tingle Tuner allows you to spawn certain items. So like you can use a bomb or you can like refill your hearts, stuff like that. Which makes it so that you can, let's see. You could do like a zombie hover, right? Which requires you to die. And then I think at the very end, it's like you could use the zombie hover, and then if you land on a heart, then you won't actually die. Which skips a part of the like Puppet Ganon fight. And or no, was it you skip a certain item by doing the hover at the end, but you need like one of the morphs to land in the right spot and then also drop a heart, so that when you do the zombie hover up, you'll like land on the heart and not die. Where nowadays, because you're able to use the Tingle Tuner in like Ganon's tower, it's just like a guaranteed heart refill. I think it's something like that. And then also using bombs with the tingle tuner, I think makes it so you can skip bombs. Something like that. So yeah, it does rely on the tingle tuner. Wonder how fast you'll learn dry storage. I've seen a lot of Wind Waker runs. And every time I look at it and I try and think to myself, okay, so they're getting storage right now. What is the visual indicator for having actually gotten it? Because it's a frame perfect input, right? You take out the Wind Waker at a certain time when you get onto a ledge. But I've never looked it up. But yeah, every time I'm like, what are they looking at? But yeah, it'll be interesting. I think one of the things I'm looking forward to the most is kind of having a better grasp on what it's like to run other games. Because for me, having only run Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, it's and having done Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for a long while, I don't know, it feels like these games are kind of easy compared to the other Zeldas. But we'll see. Is digital 1.6 faster than physical 1.7? Well, so okay. 1.7, is that on a Switch 1? Oh, hold up, that's a really good launch. Because 1.7 is the exact same as 1.6 if you're playing on a Switch 1. So yeah, basically the difference between 1.6 digital and 1.7 physical is the same as 1.6 physical versus 1.6 digital. And yeah, digital is faster. Right when he pulls out the Wind Waker. Okay. I think I usually look at the GUI, I guess, to see if there's some change to that. And there never is, from what I can tell. It's like, oh, is it that the Wind Waker is no longer showing a certain icon on the screen? UI. I was trying to think of the right word. That was pretty good. No. Still not quite. That was a very good castle though. What, 2 seconds off gold, so 15 or 16. Yo, what's up, Taka? Doing pretty well. Yeah, not too shabby. Interesting. Well, I mean, that's not like the best pace I've ever been on. Not by far. But it was the best castle I've gotten, I think, since. I tried to like get a. I got a higher launch, which like does a couple of things. I think technically it's slower, but I wanted to see if maybe it would cause both the bow and Greg to load in. There's only one of each of the pieces of equipment on the edge of the room. So there's like one claymore, one spear, one broadsword. Yeah, both things loaded in, so that was good. Like that castle was really, really solid. I'm kind of surprised I was 2 seconds off gold, or 2 point something. Because I feel like it should have been closer than that. Because I got like a 152, like maybe even a 151 at the chest. That was like a 106 entry. And then I got a good clip out of bounds, good wind bombs. The only thing I can think of is the wind bomb up to Craig was a little bit slow because I had to pump glider and glide a little bit. But otherwise, everything was good. Even the like yeah, even the Windblade skip setup was really fast. I have my region set to Europe, so I have a different cover art. I mean, honestly, that's a good run. Wait, how far off gold? That's what, 1.6? Yeah, 1.6 seconds for cryo. That's pretty good. The glider is a mystery. Castle was really solid. Because, yeah, that's saving like, what, 5 seconds? We take those. And then Blights was not great, but partially that's not my fault. Like, I think I played it actually decently.
Svegliati.
And yeah, the first 3 splits were just like not quite what I wanted. And there's like mag was probably, I don't think that was very good RNG.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
Why EU? You get
guiderò dopo
European
il
French
risveglio dal
instead
tuo
of Canadian French. So it saves a couple of frames. Yo, it's Upsell. Hey, David, thank you for another gifted sub. Ah! And another, thank you. Holy. Oh, have a good night. Now it's time. I see if David was right. I only get the good runs when he's gone. But yeah, that was really good. I start to get nervous
Link.
when I'm on gold pace for a split.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta.
But at the same time, it's like, there's gold pace in like bombs, like, compared to gold pace in like castle. Where it feels like for bombs or like any of the plat splits, it's kind of not, it's not like in my control as much because you're just relying on like a wind bomb that ragdoll cancels out the monk kind of thing. Where castle, it's like you get the good entry time and then I guess it's also just a longer split. So it's like I get the good entry time, then I'm thinking, oh, okay, this is actually solid. This could be a gold. I get to the cooking pot and then I have to get the clip. Once I get the clip, it's like, oh snap. Wait a second. And then it's like, oh, the bow was loaded. Now we have to get one more trick. And it's like the hardest thing to do almost is to get a fast wind blade skip set up while you're like shaking. What motivates me to keep going? I guess, I don't know, it's fun.
Svegliati.
It's fun and I want to beat my time. Yo, what's up, Doc?
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
I've never seen you do the sharp shield surf tech. Yeah, because it's not useful. So I never do it. I've used it in Hundo. Like, if there's a shield surfing Korok, there's like one Korok where you have to shield surf for a long while, and so sometimes I'll use the sharp turn just because I can. It's not necessary, but because it's there, I sometimes want to do it. Because God gave us free will. It's something like that. Oh, have a good night, MZ. That was a good
Dirigiti al
run.
luogo segnato sulla mappa della
It
tua
like
tavoletta
wasn't
sceicca.
PB paced, but it was a really solid attempt. I think the reason I messed up Calamity's laser parry is probably because I was cutting it very close. In terms of having shot 10 bomb arrows before the parry. Basically, you can wait a little bit if you want to make sure to get more headshots during phase 1. You can like pick up the bomb arrows and then wait a little bit for Calamity's head to be in the right spot. And so I did that, which meant that it was cutting it pretty close with actually having enough time to get the laser parry off. And I think I did have enough time. Like, I want to say I parried early, and that's why I immediately died. But yeah, that just means that like there was enough time to get the parry input off. I was just not quite ready for it, and so I didn't get the right reaction. Like I parried early, as opposed to whatchamacallit.
Svegliati.
Oh, when am I on babysitting duty? There have been like a couple of opportunities where
Quella
I
è una
could
tavoletta
go,
sceicca.
but like
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
I think some of the time it makes sense to not go. Like right now, my brother is babysitting. So we got like the latest Cleo picture, among others. But yeah, it's like if I go and cat sit, you know, I gotta move the whole setup. So like I'll only go if it's longer than a certain amount of time. Like if it's under a week, then I usually don't bother.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, it's at P13. Come on. What? Okay. You go here, and then you go like this. Sure. Yeah, one day she'll be on stream again. Mini lion, yeah. It really is. Such a good channel.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio
I
dal tuo
did, yeah. Even the two babies. It's not just Zoo. Izumi doesn't really like Sozin. Wait, really doesn't like? Oh no. Why not? Hmm. Unfortunate. They should be pals.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
Why didn't that work? Huh? I feel like both of those should have worked. All three of those? Okay, come on. Come on, buddy. Okay, if that worked, would have had some questions. Yeah. Extended scam clip. That's what they call it. An ESC. It'd be nice if I knew exactly what was going wrong. Because there's just like, there are times where
Svegliati.
I do the clip, I get the right frame, it looks all correct, and then it just doesn't work.
Svegliati.
And I don't know if it's like, is it a problem with my skew? where I jumped from, the angle I was facing, or even like, did I not hold A long enough?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo... Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
That's my bad. I got the 0 world load slide and then flubbed like 3 or 4 times. They're gonna say happy birthday, Mikey. What if they did? And they said happy birthday and then your full legal name. What's the world record? It's 2251. So my PB is a 2258. I know all the Pokemon names. It's only fair that they know mine. So true. I mean, presumably they do know, right? Maybe? There's gotta be like some account that you've used.
Svegliati.
You pay for Pokemon Home, yeah.
Una tavoletta sceicca.
That's how they gotcha.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Yeah, I gotta store all your guys, but apparently not any of the guys you got in Legends EA. Do you have any exclusive anniversary consoles? I don't think so. Not like consoles. I don't even think we have any like... trying to think. I would say the closest we have would be like some of those pre-order bonus, limited edition like controllers.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
So like there's the Skyward Sword nunchuck. No, wait. Not nunchuck. In fact, it's it's the opposite. It's the Wiimote. It's like gold and has the icon, the Triforce on the bottom. I don't know, it's a cool one. It has the Wii Motion Plus like inside. Yeah, that's the one that I jumped to. I don't think we have any of the others. Like we didn't buy the and I kind of regret this, but like it doesn't really matter. But like the Tears of the Kingdom Pro controller, I feel like that would have been cool to have. And like I could buy one now, but it'd probably be a little bit more expensive. We did have the Super Smash Brothers controller.
Svegliati.
Pre-recorded. Yeah, this is all pre-recorded.
Svegliati.
It's true. Tears of the Kingdom Joy-Cons with the Tears of the Kingdom Switch. Yeah, like we didn't get that because
Quella è
like,
una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà
you
dopo
know,
il risveglio dal tuo
I'm not gonna buy another console. I feel like a controller you can kind of get away with it, but I'm not gonna buy like a new console that I already have because it looks fun. If I had unlimited money, then sure, but I do not. Yeah, I guess that's one of the things. Like if I had more money, what would I like spend my money on? And collecting various things like that would be cool.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Missed out on the Super Mario Maker stylus when it came out and used your contacts at Nintendo to score one under the table. Wait, that's kind of cool. I don't even know what that stylus even like looks like. It reminds me though, somewhere over there. on a bookshelf. We've got the pre-order bonus for Diamond and Pearl. If you bought, I think, both copies, you would get a stylus holder and 2 custom styluses. Style. um, but yeah, it's like one of them had Dialga, the other had Palkia on top, and they're so useless. Personally, I don't even think they look that cool, but yeah, they're just like they're too large to fit into the DS, right? Which in a way, maybe having a larger stylus is actually better, like more ergonomic or whatever. But also, I'm not gonna like carry it around with me, separate from my DS, which has a spot to like insert the stylus.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Yo, what's up, Theo? Apparently, the Tears of the Kingdom Procon is in stock with Nintendo Australia. So what you're saying is, I just need to live in Australia? Yeah, 2323 was one of the better ones. That was crazy because it was like it was a 2336, I think. I had that breakthrough moment where I was like, "Oh snap! My load times are what's holding me back because I'm playing on SD card instead of system memory." And so I was like, "Oh, okay, wait. Take off the training weights." And then I get immediately at 2336. The day after, 2330, and then like a day or two later, 2323.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
And yeah, I think I left it at that, even though I probably could have PB'd more. I was just like, well, that's such a good number. So I just let that one cook for a while. But yeah, like today I started off with a 2323. And I've had chances to do a little bit better, but failed one thing or another. It was the first finished run of the day, and so far the only. But like, I've been close to other runs.
Svegliati.
Yeah, I just
Svegliati.
I don't think it's like really a mark against how the runs have been going. In that
Quella è una
it just
tavoletta
means I'm like
sceicca.
resetting and being more selective about
Ti guiderà
what
dopo
runs I
il risveglio
continue.
dal tuo
And yeah, the fact that I've been you know, in castle with a run that was significantly better is a good sign. Am I gonna keep running Breath of the Wild until I beat the record? Yes.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Warning: cancer and reproductive harm. But isn't that like everything? Never see those warnings in Australia, but yeah. I think I want to say in like California you're like required to put that on a lot of things. And so it's kind of just like what are you going to do? If every single item has like, yeah, this can cause cancer. It's like, well, then we're doomed. It doesn't really mean anything. It links to a Californian website, so that makes sense. Yep. Yeah. Us Californians. Always causing issues. Yo, Brungo, thank you for the raid. How is the stream? What up, Prey? Mint you. Connor, Mito.
Svegliati.
Stream is fun. Nice.
Svegliati.
The runs have been going pretty alright. Yeah. The Brungo causes cancer. Well, thanks for the warning. You're now compliant with
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
California state laws.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
What would you name a drowsy? Okay, what would I name a drowsy? I don't know. I don't know if I would. Okay, wait. Let me finish the thought. I don't know if I would name it this for real, but I would think about naming it Senor Tapir. Because a drowsy is a tapir, right? That's the animal. And Senor Tapir is one of my pals. You named it Tapir, and this guy was calling me lame and not fun. No, it's just it's a nod to my goat. Look, naming it Tapir, that's a fire name. Yeah, otherwise I don't know what I would name it. Drowsy? I'm very bad at naming Pokemon.
Svegliati.
So I would probably, if I couldn't name it like Signor Tapir, I would probably name it Drew. Drew the Drowsy.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
I basically exclusively take the
Ti
Pokemon that
guiderà
I've
dopo il
caught,
risveglio dal tuo lungo.
right? And then try to find like a normal human name. That starts with the same letters or has like the same overall like sound to it. So if I caught like a Diglett, maybe I would probably name it Doug. Okay, Paul? What could that have been? Paul the Piplup, maybe? Could be like Paul the Pancham. It makes your Pokemon actual pets and not jokes. And here, this is my I'm trying to think of a Pokemon that starts with ST. So I can name it Steve. Steve the
Svegliati.
Zebstrika. Because that has an ST in it. ST. Like Steven. Steve Staryu.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
Steelix. Steve the Steelix.
Ti
That'd be a
guiderà
good
dopo
one.
il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Since when could you catch Pokemon on Google? Oh, that's like so long ago that they added that, right? That was like, well, actually, it's been a while. I don't know when exactly they did it. One year? It's definitely been more than a year, right? In 2014? I will say, yeah, the fact that they don't really do fun things as much anymore is kind of sad. Like, if you're gonna be Google,
Svegliati.
you know, giant
Svegliati.
a giant company worth a lot of money, you're probably tracking everything we do. At least like do fun things. I don't know.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Dude, back in the day, I used to like actually kind of look forward to creative Google Doodles. Like, remember the Google Doodle, I don't know, basketball game? There were some, like, fun ones. You mind the links? I think I've seen that one, yeah. Yo, what's up, Mr. Zeeps? Thank you for the good luck. This is the run? Alright, I'll walk in.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Did I just get skew? Hopefully not. Okay, we're cooked. This is not the run. Ow. Oh yeah, do a barrel roll. When that creates a game of Breakout. See, like that's cool. Any runs? The only run today that's been like super. It wasn't like on pace, but I felt good about it. Was the one where I saved like 5 seconds in castle, but that one was like not a contender within the first 3 splits.
Svegliati.
It probably would have been like a 23, maybe like a 23-10-ish.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Googling recursion. I don't think I've seen that one. Does it just search it over and over? Did you mean recursion? Oh my goodness. That's kind of funny. Yo, what's up, Isaiah? Imagine you're out here just trying to like learn. You're just like, I don't know what recursion is, so I'm gonna look it up. You just keep on clicking the thing over and over.
Link,
This stupid
Link.
thing doesn't work.
dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Okay, we're good. Okay, that's fine. To get a McFlurry or not to get a McFlurry? That is quite the hefty decision you have. Me personally, I would... I would get an Oreo McFlurry. Green paste, I'm attached. Alright, it's time. This could be it. The 345 is not terrible.
Ooh.
I would say it's not great. But we can make it work. Ow. I feel like my mashing has gotten worse. Yeah, this run is a fun one. How many controllers do you run through a month? 0? I'm not like made of money. Dude, imagine buying a controller a month. I think they went up in price too. It'd be like, what, like $80 a month? Okay, I think we survived this, but I wasn't on a good enough pace that it would make sense to not eat. And yeah, I would have. Nope. I mean, eventually the controller starts to drift, but it takes generally like a year for that to happen. But yeah, the the question makes it seem like I would go through multiple controllers in a single month, which I'm not rich enough for that. I remember them being, what, $70 for a Pro controller? So you'd be spending like hundreds of dollars on new Pro controllers. Every single month. Really now? So I'm playing on version 1.6, which was the version, it was like the latest version of the game up until the Switch 2 came out. So when the Switch 2 came out, they updated Breath of the Wild because they were creating the Switch 2 edition. But in doing that, they patched out one of the glitches that we use. Specifically, they patched out, that is really close to not working. Yeah, they patched out the hovering glitch that you'll probably see in a little bit. And so that glitch saves so much time that it's worth it to play on an earlier version of the game just so that you have access to it. Like, it's faster to beat the game on a Switch 1 on an earlier version of the game than to play on a Switch 2. Okay, so it's this one coming up right here. So you cannot do this on a Switch 2. And as you might be able to imagine, this is quite fast. No, dude. No, dude. Really? Okay, well. That was a really good segment until I failed the ESC like 4 times. So yeah, that probably would have been like a 102. Do you ever just spend like hours on end practicing a single segment? Yes. Many times. I'll try my best, Robbo.
Ooh.
Can someone explain to me why BLSS doesn't work on Switch 1 version 1.8.4? Because they made some change that prevents it from working. I don't really know the mechanics behind it, like what they changed in the code to prevent BLSS, but they fixed something about his step up.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no, it doesn't work anymore. Yo, what's up, Marcus? Wait, that was really good. That was good, but it's also kind of hard. It's gonna be harder for me to tell, like, am I actually at speed cap? So I'm gonna go a little bit slower just to see. I wouldn't want to speed cap and like lose out on all that initial momentum. Honestly, there's a chance it wasn't even that much faster. Yeah, like that was a 109. Yeah, thank you for the raid, Fernan. How was the stream? So there are practice tools on Switch, but it's like only if you have like a homebrewed Switch. And I would say the practice tools are not that like important, I guess. It's stuff like being able to restore Link's position, kind of like a save state, but not quite as, it's not like a real save state. Really? Dang. He like didn't notice my was I whistling? I don't know. He didn't notice immediately, and so I threw the bomb out, and the bomb was too far away. You were? I think you were. Wait, what did I say? Are you allowed to speedrun on emulator? No. Whistling. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that was decent. Not like a bad attempt. Not a good attempt, but still alright. Playing some more TP, noise. The runs they've been decent.
Svegliati.
And yeah, I think on that one, Craig did load it in. It just wasn't quite, like, Craig
Quella è
didn't
una
notice
tavoletta shake.
the whistling that I did.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio
So it's
dal
not
tuo...
that the bow and the moblin weren't loaded, it's just I messed something up with the movement so that Craig didn't hear Link's footsteps or whistling. Oh yeah, the Breath of the Wild speedruns evolved a lot. I mean, honestly, even nowadays, the BTB route has gotten a lot faster. Like on the Switch too, because they patched out BLSS,
Link,
we went back to doing like
dirigiti al luogo
the
segnato sulla
BTB
mappa
plateau
della
route
tua tavoletta shake.
for current patch. And those runs are pretty cool. I've been speedrunning Breath of the Wild for 5.5 years. Although, from some of the play recently, it might not seem like it. Please, Link. I want to get another, like, solid attempt in. Not like... I guess not even necessarily PB paced, but like a low 23. Does practicing on emulator have differences that make it worse for practice than actual hardware? As long as you have... Okay, I think there can be differences, but as long as you cap the FPS at 30, then it shouldn't make a difference. Because I know at 60 FPS, clips stop working, or at least stop working as well. And then the BLSS, I want to say people have mentioned that on higher frame rates, the way BLSS works changes. So like you accelerate way faster, was it? Or there was something
Svegliati.
that I remember people saying about it being like harder to control. But I think as long as you keep the frame rate at 30, then it should be fine.
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
What do I do to practice? Okay, so I do have a homebrewed Switch. The thing that I use with the homebrewed Switch that has been the most convenient is I have the ability to like restore backup saves. So I've created a bunch of these practice save files that I can restore super quickly. So right now, my save file has a bunch of these like manual saves inside of the different shrines, which I reload to like practice the wind bombs. But yeah, for the most part, you can do the same thing without the homebrewed like switch. You could just create a save file on a different profile where there's an autosave inside every like plateau shrine. Yo, Ikurapan, thank you for the raid. How is the hundo?
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yo, GG. It's good to see you back. Hope your hand is doing better. Ow. Yo, thank you for the good luck, Moyashi-san. Okay, 230. Yo, it's a billion. I've been kind of curious about Huiwen has been mentioning that he thinks Switch 2 edition, I think, is faster for 100%. I've been curious about it, but it seems like a lot of work to try and switch. Just here for the streak, eh? Have a good night. Oh, okay. Not bad. Wouldn't it save like 30 minutes on loading screens alone? Not really. So we already run 100% on a Switch 2. So the difference between the Switch 2 edition and the just like a Switch 1 edition run on a Switch 2 is less extreme. Like there is still a difference, but yeah, I'm not sure how much time you actually save. Apparently there's also like the dialogue, you can mash through it faster.
Ooh.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not that big of a deal. But and that like the change to your wind bombs and whatnot is gonna make a bigger difference, but I also wouldn't be too surprised if that was incorrect. Okay, 145. What games do you think they'll bring to the Switch 2 for the anniversary of Zelda? I mean, what do they have left? TP? Wind Waker HD, TP HD. Well, they brought Wind Waker over. But yeah, Wind Waker HD would be cool. TP HD would be cool. Even just a regular TP would be good. But you can already play like OT, MM, right? No, okay, well, it was a good attempt. No. No. Yo, thank you, Chibika. Yeah, I think that, like, if they announced the Oracle remakes, that would be neat. Because I would want to play those. Why do I show splits for 23-23? It's just nicer. If I'm always comparing to my PB, then I'm like never gonna see green. And while I'm like, you know, I'm trying to beat my PB, I'm also not like super... Like, I know I'm very unlikely to actually beat it. So it's more fun if I compare it to something that's a little bit more lenient. So I compare to... Oh my god. What is wrong with me? Oh my god. I don't know, man. I'm just making so many mistakes. I've messed up that clip, like, way too often today. Dude, the wind bombs are clean. Other than the one that I failed. Yeah, how does that compare? 10 seconds? Yeah, so if I didn't fail... Well, I ended up failing something anyway. That's fine. Yeah, I feel like they wouldn't have a new game unless it's... I feel like the most likely thing would be like Oracle's remakes. But yeah, I'm just hoping it's something cool. I don't know. Because I feel like they kind of ignored the 35th anniversary from what I remember. That's when the Skyward Sword remaster came out. And the Zelda 1 Game & Watch. Oh. I mean, I guess, yeah.
Svegliati.
But I feel like Mario 35 was cooler.
Svegliati.
Fair enough. You got me.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Watch Nintendo bring back Phantom Hourglass touchscreen portable only. Please no. Is anyone excited for the Zelda movie? I am not. I'm sure there are some people though. But I'm quite pessimistic, I would say. Oh, Cell's looking forward to it. Isn't it being filmed in New Zealand? Just like, I don't know. Go step outside and you'll see the filming, probably.
Link. Link. Dirigiti
Do you
al luogo
manually time the
stabilito
run?
sulla mappa
Yeah, so
della tua
I
tavoletta
manually hit the
sceicca.
spacebar and whatnot. You just hope it doesn't suck. Yeah, I would say I'm like not that invested in it because I think at best in my head it does, or it's like okay. Like I can't imagine it being good, I guess. Something that I would like. I don't know if enjoy watching is the right way to phrase it. Because I feel like that's too harsh. I can't see it being something I would go out of my way to watch, I guess. I think what they did for the Mario movie was pretty good. But it's also like, do I feel like I need to watch the Mario Galaxy movie? And not necessarily. I watched the first Mario movie in theaters. But that was with friends. I guess maybe on a plane, right? I would watch the Galaxy movie maybe on a plane. can't fathom the storyline or what story they do. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. If it wasn't live action. Oh man. Because then I could see myself getting like hyped. Would I rate that movie? What, the Mario movie? I think it was a solid, maybe a solid 7. Oh. We're just gonna grab some backup food. Oh wait, did I have skew? Oh, okay, we're good. All the best movies truly came out when we were young. Oh man. There's definitely a lot of like good films from back in the day. But I also haven't like watched a lot of films recently. Especially when they said it wouldn't be like Lord of the Rings. Oh, but it's filmed in the same spot. So hey, maybe. Oh, that's the money. Sheesh. It just was really bad on the scans. Like, my goodness, that was, I think 5 scans. Maybe 4. I think it was 5. How difficult slash consistent is the Alfort? I would say it's really difficult to do consistently. I mean, I've tried it here and there, but my consistency has never gone above, like, maybe 50% over the course of... I could get, like, maybe a 50 to 60% success rate across maybe 10 boom bombs, but I had a hard time trying to get better than that. But yeah, I think the problem with it is that it only saves like a little over 2 seconds. Compared to the wind bomb we do right now. It's something like that. So it's like not huge reward for a lot of extra like difficulty. Way more risk. Because the wind bomb we do right now is like not that difficult. God. Dude. What? What was that? You like it? Yeah, the 24-hour any percent stream, that was like right after GDQ 2020. Wait. Was that 2023? Yeah, right? It was like January 2023. And yeah, the goal was just, I think 50 in, no, yeah, it was 48 in 24 hours. Because yeah, it'd be like essentially 30-minute average for all of them. And then I got 50 in 23 hours. Yeah, something like that. Oh, see ya, Ilian. Yeah, what's up, Bandu? Well, what do you think? What do you think you're gonna get from asking that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think it's very funny that somebody out there has that kind of material on their machine. It'd be much better if nobody. Like that existed. just seems a little unproductive to bring that up in a Breath of the Wild speedrunning stream. Especially considering we don't really discuss or get into anything close to that. Please make more YouTube shorts. I'll try. There's definitely a lot of shorts that I want to make, but I don't know. It's hard to like. I guess for me, it's been stuff like, you know, I've got ideas for shorts that I want to make, but then I also tell myself, like, hello? Ah, we're kicked. Dang. Any idea for pants? No. No, I live in a warm climate, so we don't need pants over here. See, so you go like this, and then but yeah, it's a beast. Okay, try that again. Yeah, like if you could innovate, right, on pants or shorts, what would you do? Like pants with better pockets. I don't know what that looks like. Or what's wrong with, like, current pants' pockets. I desire these. Yeah, you want Peepo pants? I mean, they exist, right? I'm sure you could find them. I mean, they even have pants that you can, like, change between, like, shorts and pants, right? With, like, zippers so that you can remove the... Oops. Oops. The, like, long part of it. The zip pant shorts. Look. That was innovation. Sure, it didn't really like stick around. I don't think people use them anymore, but I mean, look, you gotta try new things. So, you know what? If I'm gonna come up with a new idea, I don't want it to be... I want it to be, like, new. Something we've never seen before. And if it fails, that's fine. At least I tried, you know? But the problem is, I'm not very creative, so I have no ideas. On how to do that. One big back pocket across the entire seat of the pants so that you can put your tablet-sized phone right where you're gonna sit. And you can use your phone as a cushion. I think I get it. I see the vision. Wait. Hold up. Pants with a giant back pocket that you can slip in like a cushion. So that when you're gonna sit down, you can put the cushion in and you'll have a more comfortable seat. But you can take it out. That way you don't have just like a larger butt. Is that cooking? It's like, you know those chairs? Where people have those like... attachments to your like legs that you can then like sit down anywhere. It's the same thing. But I want a larger butt. Well, I mean, you could keep it in if you want. That's up to you. Yeah, the chair pants. Maybe it's a good idea. I never use the back pockets for anything, like ever. I mean, I don't have back pockets on a lot of my shorts. We should just all wear onesies. How about that?
Svegliati.
Do you ever play any other games like non-speedrunning? On stream?
Svegliati.
Not very often. It's quite rare. Off stream? It's also quite rare. But it happens more often.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Oh, thank you for the good luck. Nobody fear. Why use socks when you could make shoes that work without them? True. They have those, what do they even call them? They're like socks No, they're shoes, but they have the toes all like separated. There was there was one plat PB that I got where I remember vividly talking. Well, we were talking about toe socks. And how that was immortalized. The thing is, like, at this point, nobody watches that, but it still sticks around in my head.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Any strong opinions on sandals? I used to. Okay, so I guess I used to have like slides. That were, you know, hand-me-downs from my brother and like didn't didn't really fit. But I didn't really wear sandals that much, so I was like, okay, whatever. And then eventually, I was like, okay, I'm going off to college. I should probably replace these. And then I started wearing sandals a lot more. But yeah, at the time, I was like, I ended up getting some flip-flops because I thought they looked nice. And also, it was easier to find, I guess, some flip-flops that I liked the look of compared to anything with a strap. I wouldn't say I'm too opinionated. Like, I used to think flip-flops
Link.
were kind of weird,
Link.
but I got used to them super quickly.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta.
Because my brother would wear flip-flops, so I just, like, asked him, hey, can I borrow your flip-flops for a bit? Walked around, I was like, okay, this is actually fine, whatever. And I haven't looked back since. They actually kind of fell out of fashion for me. I mean, partially it's just when it's cold, I'm not gonna go out in flip-flops. So when it's like winter time, I gotta put on the socks and the shoes. What is cold for me again? Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter. Right? All things are relative. So the important part is that I'm feeling cold. Not whether or not you think that I should be feeling cold or not. Because my feelings are valid. But if you must know, I would say the weather I wouldn't wear sandals in is probably like well, it's different, right? Because it's like I could find certain weather cold, but I'd be fine with going out in sandals if I don't have to be outside for that long. But yeah, I would say if it's in the 50s, I probably would prefer socks and shoes.
Svegliati.
Freedom unit incoming, yep. No, I meant 50 Celsius.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
Your sister asks if she
Ti
can use your
guiderà dopo il
things and you just
risveglio
accept that
dal
it'll
tuo...
never come back. Well, hey, I think I was mostly a good sibling. There were probably a couple of things that I yoinked from my brother, but most of the time I was like I was just given hand-me-downs from my brothers. And like sometimes I think I was given hand-me-downs that were not really supposed to be hand-me-downs, at least not yet. There'd be a situation where it's like, why do you have that? And then I'd have to be like, well, you know, the mom gave it to me. Yeah, actually pre-ordered. I mean, like, even now, most of the shirts I wear are, like, hand-me-downs. That's just how it goes. For those that want to judge. Oh my goodness.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Okay, 232, sure. Thank you for the good luck, Jacob. Oh no. Not the shoes. I think I brought this up a while ago, but the thought came to my mind of like how many pairs of shoes does an average person like go through in their life? Or like how often do you normally replace shoes? Because I've gotten to the point where I really need to replace my shoes since they're from like junior year of not middle school, no, junior year of high school. So I've been using those shoes for like at least 6 years. Wait, actually no, it's at least like, hold up, 2018. So maybe like 8 years. Ow. Yeah, I think the sure sign that I need to swap shoes or like buy new ones is, you know, they don't have holes. But Lit had mentioned that, ooh, I don't think I have skew anymore. Yeah. Lit had mentioned to me that I overpronate. So it's probably because of the shoes, but it changes the way I walk in a way that's not good. But like, they don't have holes. Other than the one hole that you're supposed to have in a shoe. No, they're actually like, you can't even see. Well, okay, you can see that there's like not a lot of traction on the bottom anymore. That's all like worn away. But you know, they look kind of normal. I mean, they look worn, but not to the point where there are gonna be holes. Yeah, right? Like the bottom isn't falling off. There's no catastrophic failure. They just probably don't support my feet as well as they should. Let's see, first time here. How long have you been streaming content? Overall, not this stream. I've been streaming for like, I guess like 5-ish years. No, it's probably like 4.5 years. Because I started in summer of 2021.
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
You have some for 5 years. Yeah, I would say it definitely helps that, like, when I was in college, I wore mostly flip-flops. So I wouldn't, like, use my shoes that often. So it's like I use them, you know, basically every day in high school, and then I stopped using them in college for the most part. And then COVID, so, you know, everyone's indoors anyway.
Link.
I guess it kind of makes sense.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
What about mud? Just avoid it. Well, it like doesn't even rain in Cali anyway. We're like always in a drought. Okay, the reason I haven't gone to get new like shoes is really just because it's inconvenient. If I could like order them online, you know, I know that they'll fit and that they're good, I would just do that. All right, well, I feel like this stream has been interesting because it doesn't feel like it's been 6.5 hours. So I guess that means I'm having fun. But yeah, I guess overall the runs have been decent. I'll probably call it pretty soon though.
Svegliati.
Maybe I can get one more finished run.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
It's 12:30. So that's about when I typically call it. Somewhere around 12 to 1-ish. Almost seeing the sun. Uh-oh.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Ow. Okay, 231's fine. Yeah, maybe we'll have a run that's like just good enough. You know? Just good enough to continue. Okay, I am happy about the fact that... that's not gonna work. Like, today has not been all that good for a lot of different segments. But I haven't been making... Oh. Okay, I was gonna say, I haven't been making the mistake on the slide to mag where I jump off of the ledge. Like I climb the wall and then I jump forward. Because that one feels really bad. But yeah, I think the like annoying mistake that I've been making more often today than usual is getting snapback on cliff. So I'll like jump and drop the bomb, but Link will jump the completely wrong direction. So I don't know. It hasn't been as frequent as like last stream jumping off the wall. So it's an improvement, but still. Yo, what up, Diesel? Can't believe it's been almost 2 years since the fated 23-23.
Svegliati.
Oh. Has it been almost 2 years? Are there any white hairs?
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
March
Ti guiderà dopo il
2024.
risveglio dal tuo lungo...
You mean last year? No. The march of time. It continues forward. Can't end on a bad run. Can't end on a mediocre run. Can't end when you're on a roll. You can only end when you PB. No, but then you have to run it back. Because what if you're playing hot? You gotta do at least one after the PB.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua
Yo,
tavoletta sceicca.
Jolsu, thank you for the good lucks. Holy, yeah, 2016, 10 years ago. I don't like that. Ooh. It's like I don't feel old. I'm not old. But sometimes you like realize these dates are like 10 years ago, and then it's like, well, what? How does that make any sense? That should have worked. I think I detonated a little. Yeah. I detonated a little bit too early. No, too late, I think. Yeah, yeah, it's like I'm not old, but I used to be so young. That is a good way of thinking about it. Dude, the first one frame world record. Wait, what time was that one? I don't even remember. Cause I just remember the 2410. But there was one before that where I beat my own time by 1 frame. Because the 2410 was like, I beat Koroks by a frame. No. Stuff? Let's not make those jokes.
Svegliati.
Maybe I should go and like change the Nightbot command minimum. I don't want to get banned for some like
Quella è una
joke.
tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
Because like, you know they'll do it. Well, they probably won't. But they have banned people for like... They've banned people's accounts when they're like, you know, over 18 or something. But when they created the account, they were, you know, not old enough to have created the account. So even though like they've been streaming for a while and they're now old enough and it should be totally fine, they went and like banned the account anyway for violating the terms of service. And yeah, people always talk about like, you really shouldn't joke about your age in Twitch chat, because Twitch does just like ban you. Yeah, 2445. Yeah, I thought it was really funny that I made that first comparison video. And it was like, you know, I got the world record by 1 frame. And so I have the the thumbnail of like Link looking alarmed. And then and it's got like the 2, I think, live split timers. One on each side. And then it happens again where I beat Koroks by a frame and I do the same exact thumbnail, but I mirror it and then swap out the live split timers.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
And then it's like,
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio
you know,
dal
I got
tuo
the world record by 1 frame again. Yeah, David Wu, this is which one? That felt weird. That's just somebody's name. First and last.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
That was still a 157? Dang. If only. I didn't get the step up. But yeah, that was still a 157 with a missed first attempt. Which I guess makes sense. Because it probably would have been a 156 first try. Or like a low 156. I guess. That just seems too good though. I guess it would be like missing the scope clip probably loses like 1 second. So it could have been like a mid 156, and then because I missed it and then got it with a fast second try, it was like 157, but like high.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Oh, hear me out.
Quella è una
On the
tavoletta
topic
scelta.
of
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
of like banning people for putting the letter 12. What if, you know, well, that may have been an overreach. Poor moderation. What if the letter 12, my god. Post the clip. Um, this is my legacy. I was gonna say there's a different number that maybe we should auto ban for, but my argument is now invalid as I've made a speaking mistake. Yeah, point and laugh. I'll get the clown makeup.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Who checks the final time in cases that you beat the time by a frame? It's whoever verifies it. So usually, okay, on the leaderboard, we normally only track to the like second level. So if there's a decimal point, we just cut that off because it looks cleaner on the leaderboards. But you know, verifiers will retime to the milliseconds. But yeah, in the case of like a tie within the top like 10 runs, then you know, if two runners have like the same time within like the top 10, then it gets retimed, to be more precise. But I think when I got like the world record by 1 frame twice, both times it was before we changed the leaderboard. So most runs had milliseconds back then. But it was kind of interesting because like not everyone had like valid milliseconds because we're timing based on like number of frames at like 30 FPS, right? So there'd be people who submit their run using the like live split timer. Whatever time is on live split is what they put as their end time. And so in a 30 FPS game, each frame is 0.033 seconds. So your end time needs to be some multiple of, or it needs to end in a multiple of 0.033. So it can either be like 0.033, 0.067, or just 0.0. But yeah, there'd be so many runs that were like, you know, 0.85 or like 0.085, something like that. Look, I am not wrong. Society is wrong. .999. I forget what I did back in the day. I think I did try to like retime it.
Link.
Have I tried the cutscene hop? Not really. I think I went to like look back at one of Moist's streams to see if he was doing it. And then he like either didn't do it or missed it every single time. Because I could not find an example from his like BOTK VODs. Well, I only checked I think one VOD. And then I checked one of Moldy's streams at one point, and he, I think, missed it every single time or something. Okay, so I don't think he was going for it, because he missed it every single time. I, like, scrubbed through to see if he was doing it. And he was stopping the shield surf early, but then just never got a jump. So, maybe he just wasn't doing it properly. But yeah, I haven't really tried it. Do we actually know that it's faster, and by how much?
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Every time you just press X after stopping shield surfing. Yeah, I think I would need to stop shield surfing earlier to be able to do it. I guess I'll try it. Because I feel like by the time I stop shield surfing, it's like I'm already in the cutscene. Like, I don't know if I actually cancel the shield surf or if the cutscene does it. Okay, I don't think that's...
Link, dirigiti al
I'll have
luogo
to look at
segnato
some
sulla
clips.
mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
There we go. Okay, 227. Alright, this will be the last attempt. It all rides on this one wind bomb. Am I a gamer? Or am I a lamer? Find out in about 30 seconds. I'm a gamer! Kind of. Like, it. Yes, I am, but it wasn't the best wind bomb I could have gotten. I'll take it. Good enough. Yeah, getting like a 343 off of a 27 entry, I think, is not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now 4 carps, 1 scan, right here, right now. You know what? 4 porgies.
Ooh. Ah. Hmm.
Which is not.
Mhm.
It's like not actually better to get 4 porgies, but it would be like a good flex. I'm gonna grab this, I'm gonna grab that, and then I'll grab you. Are you kidding? Link, I swear to God. Just pick up the fish, man. Okay, so I had backup food. If Link just picked up the fish, but no, I don't. And that's fine. If it dies, it dies. Fishman. Like Jimbei? Is that a One Piece reference? Yeah, it is a backup. It just means that, like, I'm less likely to finish this run. In fact, it could end right here on this wind bomb. And it does. Yeah. Is there a way to do this that's more consistent? Hold up. Yeah, you probably do just have to get it. I mean, there might be, but... Well, that's how it goes. Hold up. What if I do... okay, this... Huh? Huh? How about how about that? You just get rid of skew. Commit to getting it later. Yeah, I know you can do it without the chest. The chest is just there to like make it free. The problem is, for me, the fact that I throw the torch away. That like with a two-handed weapon or even with a spear, which I guess a spear is two-handed, right? But yeah, like I don't want to throw the torch away because I need it later. Well, that's how it goes. It was a good final attempt, you know? They even gave me like decent RNG. Which, you know, we take those. Alright, well, anyway. Let us see. I will send you guys over to Inkstar for some more Super Mario Sunshine. Alright, so give him a good luck. Pianta, please. That will be the right message. Yeah, thank you all for watching. I will be back tomorrow with some more any percent. So tune in for that. We got a couple of pretty solid attempts today. Nothing quite what I wanted, but we'll take some progress. So yeah, bye.